Раз, два, три, четыре, пять.
Я хочу посмотреть, что у нас на экране. Сейчас я дойду туда. О, завели. Все. Сейчас я туда дали.
Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Хорошо, сейчас вторую. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Хорошо. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. 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 Раз, два, пять. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Раз, два, три, четыре.
Можно чуть поменьше, когда масштаб. Вот так вот, наверное. А зачем? Не надо. Нет, верни, пожалуйста, как было. И куда-то нужно вот эти черные провода.
Черные провода? Какие черные провода? Аж какие черные?
Ну вот мне сказали, что да, я вот эти провода куда-нибудь спрятала или заправила. Угу, да. Вот так вот, да? Угу. Кирилл. Это здесь, да, мне вот на таком формате удобно. В таком формате, чуть поменьше пока пусть будет. Да.
А, Маш, сам что ли уже?
Ну у меня, да.
А, какая прелесть.
Ага.
Пристегнуто? Нифига не пристегнуто. А, пристегнуто. Ой, агентство, да, нужно еще?
Нет, пока не надо. Агентство вот зелененькие. Да, слышу, Тёмочка. Ага. Вот это, да? Вот, ага. Да, хорошо.
Здравствуйте, в эфире прямая линия с Владимиром
Hello,
Путиным.
you're watching Q&A session with Vladimir Putin. I'm Kirill Klemenov and this is Maria Sidel. It's been a year since our last meeting in this studio, and this year brought serious trials for Russia, sanctions, oil prices, and the atmosphere of a Cold War, and a great tragedy for a brotherly nation. A lot of new challenges for our country, but at the same time they consolidated our society, and Russians say they feel more confident and happier now. So, how are we going to address those challenges? This is what we are going to talk about today live with Vladimir Putin. And we will have our colleagues helping us. We have Olga Ushakova, Valeria Korableva, Dmitry Shugurev, and Ekaterina Mironova here with us. At the call center, we have Tatiana Remezova and Natalia Yuryeva. And this show also airs on Russia 24, Mayak Radio, and Radio Russia. So, live we have Russian President Vladimir Putin. Hello, colleagues. Hello, Mr. President. Our call center has been working for a week, and of course we'll keep taking your calls and questions. Right now, our operators are prepared for a peak load of questions. You can call us at 8800-240-40 or send a text to us if you call from abroad. Use the phone number you see on the screen right now. And during the last 7 days, we've set a record. As of now, we've received more questions than last year by the time the show was over. So we have a total of 2,486,000 calls and text messages. This year, we had an interesting novelty. You can send your MMS, your photo question, to the President, demonstrating your problem instead of describing it in so many words. We also take video questions. You can upload them through the Moskow Putin.ru website. And again, we have sign language translation available. We'll keep taking your questions until the end of the show, and send your questions in. Maybe the President will answer your question. Here in this studio, we have people of different professions from different segments of Russian society: teachers, agricultural workers, rescue workers, military officers, and they all have their questions. Shall we start?
Good morning.
Mr. Putin, this year you had to face a lot of challenges. This was a time for you to make executive decisions, and you were the only person who was capable of doing that. You had to take counter-sanctions, you had the situation with Crimea, difficult economic situation, outside pressure, and you had to personally get involved into these matters. So what's the outcome of this year? What would you say? Could you give us a list of successes and failures?
Well, that's a traditional question. Well, I knew that it would be coming, and anyway, I would have to give you the results of the year. So, I've jotted down some of the figures for myself. So, just to give you some fresh data, I'm happy to share them with you and the whole country. So you mentioned some of the results. We now have the reunification with Crimea and Sevastopol. We also worked under difficult geopolitical conditions. It was last year when we had the Sochi Olympic Games. It was a very successful sports event. That was what happened last year. Also, we faced restrictive measures by our foreign partners, and it had an impact on our pace of growth. But as you see, this ruble has been strengthening. The stock exchange is growing, inflation has stayed within certain limits. So if you take last year, the real GDP grew by 0.6%. Slight growth, but still the economy is growing. Manufacturing has been up, so the output is 1.7%, and processing is 2.1%. And oil production has been at a record high. It's 525 million tons. Russia saw one of the biggest harvests in its history, 1.53 million tons. Agriculture has been growing, 3.7% growth. This year, first quarter has demonstrated some good results. We also have good figures across other categories. It's petrochemical 4.1, fertilizers 4.2. Surely we do have problems, and the capex by SMEs has been down. That's a bad signal. And also direct investment was down 2.5%. But we still have good results in housing construction. I'd like to highlight the record amount of construction. Again, modern Russia has never seen such figures, and even the Soviet Union wasn't able to match these figures. 81 or even 82 million square meters. These are stunning figures. Also, unemployment was up. It was 5.3 in mid-2014, now it's 5.8, but still we kept the growth of unemployment at a certain limit. Inflation in the consumer sector was 11.4. It's not good. Of course, it has an impact on living standards of our people. But in March, inflation was down threefold. As for the real income of the people was down 1%, while the wages grew by 1.3%. As you know, we've indexed pensions, we've adjusted them to inflation. But still there is a lot of economic uncertainty, and there's been a lot of capital outflow. We have to bear that in mind. Of course, if there are questions on this issue, I'll be happy to take them and reply in more detail, but it's not a disaster. Despite the fluctuations in the stock markets, the banking sector in 2014 has demonstrated good growth. The retail loans were up, and the assets of the Russian banking system grew by 77 trillion rubles. So it's for the first time that they've bypassed the GDP of the country. So that's a good sign that the Russian banking system has been very stable. And it's great that both legal entities and now we have the individuals that take their the currency that they purchased and they now put them on deposits. And we see that the number of deposits has grown by 9.4%. And we see that the amount of deposits is still growing. So this year it's 19.5 trillion rubles. And legal entities now have 26 trillion rubles in deposits in Russian banks. Now, moving on to the budget, we have a 0.5% deficit, but nevertheless, it's still not very much, so I think we'll stay within 3.7% at the maximum. One of the positive results of 2014 was the positive demographic trends, and we see that the birth rate was up and mortality is down, and life expectancy has been growing across Russian regions. This is a very good sign. It means that we have the upward trend and the sentiment of the people is positive. So that's the overview of 2014.
Mr. President, the figures you just gave us are mostly macroeconomic indicators and they look quite positive, but if we talk about the common person's experience, judging by the questions we have received and are still receiving on our hotline, it doesn't look as rosy, and there's a great number of problems. Let's talk about economics first. Let's start with economic issues. I would like to start with a question that came after a recent article in a certain periodical. A person who was present at your meeting with businessmen said that you warned businessmen that sanctions will not be lifted anytime soon. First of all, did you actually say that? And if yes, what do you think of the situation?
Well, you didn't listen carefully to what I said. You've missed some of the things that I said. So I said there were positive things. I talked about macroeconomic factors. It has critical importance for our growth. But I also said that, of course, income has shrunk. So that was due to inflation, 11.4%. So I mentioned that. As for sanctions, indeed, we had that meeting with entrepreneurs, and I said it's highly unlikely that sanctions will be lifted anytime soon, because it's a politicized issue. For some of our partners, it has a strategic character, and they want to restrain our growth. And I don't think it has any relation to the conflict in Ukraine, because, you know, we're doing everything we can to implement the Minsk agreements, but our partners have not caught up. But the most important thing is for us to use more sophisticated ways of management. And of course, a lot depends on us domestically. We just mentioned inflation, we just mentioned real wages. But what's the reason for the decline? Of course, there has a lot of pressure on the ruble. The ruble has depreciated. It depends on oil prices. It's well known. Unfortunately, we have this economy that's too dependent on oil, and it's very difficult to change the situation. But over the past years, we saw real wages growing at a higher pace than productivity gains. This is something very important. So regardless of any sanctions, an adjustment was imminent. The central bank and the government actually took those sanctions as a helping hand, so to speak. So they could have said that, okay, these were the measures that we needed for adjustment, and it happened because of the sanctions. Well, that adjustment took place. It's very important, and the markets have responded to that. It means that our economy is getting healthier. It means we have the basic conditions for further growth. Of course, sanctions have an impact. We'll talk further about that if there are questions. We'll talk about our issues, but it's not the most important thing.
But still, is it possible that the situation in Russia will be similar to that in Iran, with decades of sanctions?
Russia is not Iran. The Russian economy is bigger and far more diversified than the Iranian economy. And we don't have the policy in terms of energy that Iran is conducting. So we have the energy sector, which is much more market-based than in many other countries. So it's not a very good comparison. Now, in terms of how long we should wait for the sanctions to be lifted, now I'd like to rephrase the questions. We have to take advantage of the situation to reach a new level of development. Now look at import substitution. We are now forced to implement these measures, to embark on these reforms. I'm sure we will have high-tech industries in our economy, and we will achieve their development faster than we projected earlier. So look at agriculture, especially after the joining WTO. We have made this sector healthier. Sure, the groceries are now more expensive. We'll have to wait for some time. You just have to be patient. But the output of the agricultural sector will surely happen. In the midterm, I know that agricultural producers are not very happy about the situation. I would like to take those questions, but still the government provides support, and of course we make sure that we have the agricultural and food safety. But what about the food embargo? We did implement them because of the sanctions.
Yes, Russia is a strong nation and we can tolerate a lot of things. But I know that many farmers say the main thing is that they don't lift sanctions right now because we are currently developing our own production, and it would be a real catastrophe if they lift sanctions right now. Well, we can talk about this later. You know, people talk about your big press conference 6 months ago, and you said it will take 2 years to rebuild the economy. Would you adjust your forecast?
A little bit faster. We see that the ruble is strengthening, the stock markets are growing. A number of other sectors have been growing, so I think it will take about 2 years, maybe faster. So this year the output will be down given all the factors, internal and external. But even at the beginning of the year, we projected that the output will be significantly down, but this has not happened. And according to the latest data, if we take March data year on year, then the output is 99% of what we had last March. So the production has been stable. Of course, it depends on the interest rates, it depends on the policies by the government. But so there's been flat growth, but we still need to do everything to kickstart the economy.
But now, when we live with sanctions and counter-sanctions, do you have a feeling that maybe you should have done something differently?
Well, perhaps you might always do something differently. I think we've taken the right measures.
Right, but this is a very important question. Do we have enough strength and resources?
Well, we have enough resources. We have enough human capital. We're proud of our talented people. They are very determined. They want to work hard. I talk to people a lot. I know this sentiment, especially in relation to sanctions. I'm sure Russians are very determined, but the job of the president, of the government, the central bank, of the governors of Russian regions is to pass this turbulent time with minimum costs. Can we do that? Yes. And it's not just about patience. We have to take advantage of this time, and we can do it.
And what are the new threats that can emerge for our country this year?
Well, there are so many threats we cannot forecast, but if we maintain the domestic political situation, if we still have the consolidation of our society, then no threats will be dangerous for us.
Mr. President, I still want to ask you about some negative aspects. The situation of a crisis is obvious. There is a set of measures taken by the government, but frankly speaking, at this point we don't see yet how it's supposed to work. And it seems like the primary strategy is to wait for oil prices to rebound. When oil prices start to go up, we'll have more money, and this will take care of all our problems.
Well, this is an overly critical assessment. Certainly, you must always criticize the government and the president and the governors of Russian regions. When you have criticism, it makes you look at things with a fresh look. So you need some outsider opinion. Nevertheless, the plan to stabilize the economic situation is something that takes a lot of professionalism. I mean, we cannot waste our money. Certainly, the government needed some time to understand what should be done and what kind of resources could be used. And the plan that I mentioned was adopted last December, and it's now rolled out. Well, perhaps it could have been faster, true. Nevertheless, the steps provided by this plan are well thought out, and they reflect the state of our economy. I mean that it's a large-scale blueprint, and we have 2.3 trillion rubles earmarked for the implementation of this plan. 900 billion will be channeled to support the Russian banking system. And as experts said, that's the blood vessel of our economy. And of course, everyone criticized the central bank, the government, but they still admit these are the right steps. And we just need to look back at the 2009 crisis. We also have 250 billion rubles that will be spent for the real sector of the economy. Of course, it will be also first channeled to the banks, and then the banks will help them. Then we'll send 100 billion rubles to support aviation, aircraft construction. We'll also have 82 billion to support employment, 200 billion as guarantees for loans for certain projects, and the central bank has a number of steps that are being implemented that are critical to kickstart the economic growth. We're also adjusted pensions to inflation, and also we have a number of steps taken in taxation. I'm sure we're going to talk about that during the session. In terms of agriculture, we have drafted a new support plan in terms of internal logistics and transportation systems. We have a plan that's coming, and the VAT will be made zero for commuter traffic, and also the VAT will be cut to 10% for passenger traffic in aviation. So a whole range of issues that are being implemented. So it would be not fair to say that there are no results. Surely the prices are up, although in March we saw a decline in prices, not in all regions, but the average prices are down. The ruble has strengthened. So we can't see that, you can't say that nothing's being done. That's not fair. Maybe the expectations were higher, but that's why I'm just urging everyone to be patient. You just have to find the right way forward, and the government has taken the right way forward.
But the ruble is strengthening for a different reason now.
What kind of reason?
Because oil prices grew a little bit and they're stable now, and then it's a matter of speculation because people convert their money into rubles because interest rates for rubles grew.
But why did you see that interest rates grow? Yes, oil prices are up slightly. Well, analysts say this. They see this link with oil prices. But still, the ruble has strengthened so much, then there must be other factors. And I mentioned the most important one. Experts see that we've survived the peak of the problems. Also, Russian banks and Russian corporations have paid off their external debt in foreign currency. We also adjusted the Russian ruble. The central bank doesn't control the exchange rate. Unemployment is still 5.8. It's not that much as in Europe. In Europe, it's 11%.
So let's get the people of Russia involved in our conversation. We'll take a deeper approach now to different subjects. While the government works on the crisis management plan, people worry about medicine prices, housing, and so on and so forth.
Well, the government has finalized its work on the anti-crisis plan. It's now implementing it. Just a correction.
Okay, we have a question from the maritime territory. Prices went up, salaries are at the same level, actually even lower. People are being fired, we are barely able to survive. How long this will go on?
Indeed, I mentioned that at the very beginning. Real wages, because of inflation, which is as high as 11%, are down, real wages are down, and we'll have to take it into account in our policies, and we have to support those categories that are at risk, the most sensitive groups, and also to keep jobs. As I said, we will allocate 82 billion rubles to maintain employment, and if needed, this money will be used. And I also hope that the trend for lower inflation will continue, since the Russian ruble has strengthened.
Thank you. Now let's talk to the guests in our studio. Olga, I'm over here. Mr. President, we have a large number of people representing SMEs present here, and they have lots of questions. Let's now take a question from a businessman in Nizhny Tagil, Sergei Partin.
Mr. Putin, hello to Russia. So, I have the right for the first question. So, the support measures for SMEs entrepreneurs are effective. So, we launched our firm 2 years ago, and this year we are now the best young business projects this year. But we have our problems with our human capital. When young people graduate from university, they don't know what kind of talent they have, so they don't know how they can help Russia. So maybe the government can help us can help young people to understand what kind of profession they want to work. We are ready to share our expertise.
And what do you actually manufacture?
So now it's a confectionery, and we also teach and train children and adults.
See, this is the best way of the right way to do things. Actually, personnel training, especially in productive segments, is one of our priorities for the near future, because production processes are getting increasingly complex, and we need skilled workforce for that. We work a lot in this area with the industry associations representing SMEs, representing bigger companies, and we've agreed to take a number of measures together. Competencies in different areas, working together to organize internships and so on and so forth. We can't proceed without that, obviously. The government has a special program for that, but you are also right. It's better to start this at an earlier stage, when they're still in school. Like yesterday, I had a discussion with my colleagues in cities like Moscow. Almost 40% of young people want to go to university. It's good that they're so hungry for knowledge, but this also indicates that we don't have this kind of vocational training in school, so we'll keep working on that together with you.
And let's take another question from our audience. I'd like to give the floor to Alexei Kudrin, former finance minister, person of high reputation, and he's been recognized as the best finance minister of the world. Hello, Mr. Putin. My question will be on the economy. So, your first presidential term saw a 7% growth annually, and oil prices were around 130. But if you take this presidential term, even if the oil prices are 65, then our GDP will be around 1.5%. A mere 1.5%. So it's lower than the world average, and the share of the Russian economy in the global economy will shrink. So we'll not have enough investment in modernization into high-tech sectors. So we'll be lagging further and further behind in high-tech. That might have an impact on the defense industry. And of course, the defense industry heavily depends on the state of the economy and the state of technology as a whole. So the figures that I just mentioned, we'll have these figures until 2018. So it means we'll be lagging behind from the world average within these next 3 years. You said that the government is making some adjustments, but I think adjustments are not enough. The old development model has matured, and is insufficient, but we don't have a new development model. So what is needed to develop a new development model?
Well, Mr. Kudrin, we worked together for a large number of years, and we're good friends, you may say. And I know your position very well, and your forecast is quite accurate, and very close to what is likely to happen in reality. First of all, you were one of the authors of the development program for our country for the period until 2020. This is a very well-known 2020 program, and basically we haven't changed it radically. So if we could not foresee certain things in this program together with you, part of the blame is yours. But of course we have to consider the current situation, what's happening with the economy today, and we know what we need to do. We have to build, create better conditions for businesses. We need to create better conditions for private investment. We need to improve our monetary policy. We need to significantly improve the administrative system in the country as a whole. I mean, in the government and in various sectors. We need to improve our law enforcement and judicial systems. It's a multi-dimensional task. Of course, it's easier said than done, but we definitely have to do it. So, even though it may look scary, somebody has to do all this. And definitely, there are certain things which are well known to everybody, but, you know, like they say, it requires political will. As you know, in spite of our difficult conditions, we still take certain efforts in the direction recommended by you and other people who share your views. For example, this year the government froze some of the social benefits, did not index them. I know that your colleagues who share your views say this is insufficient. We should actually lower social benefits, further cut back salaries, incomes. They say we should raise the retirement age as soon as possible, otherwise we will not be able to balance the pension system, where we have to take money out of the budget, a lot of money, and this stands in the way of our development. Essentially, theoretically, all those things sound right. But to have a healthy economic policy, you definitely need the brain. But if we want people to trust us, you also have to have the heart. You have to be able to feel how people live, how an ordinary person lives. If we have people's trust, people will support everything we do. And sometimes they will be able to suffer, like Kirill said. But if we disregard how people feel and what happens in real life, I'm afraid that very soon we'll end up in a situation we had in the early 90s, where the government will lose the trust of the people, and we will have to plug up our economic holes, spending much more money than we can do now. When we move forward, modestly, but still making progress, like, for example, when we monetized benefits, we took a step, and then eventually we had to spend a lot of our resources to take care of this problem. So to avoid this kind of situation, we'll take the approach I've described, as the government recommends and the central bank recommends at the moment. I think this is sufficient at this point. Will this cause our country to lag behind others significantly? Let's wait and see, because the public debt of the US is actually higher than the country's GDP. This is an alarming signal, not just for the United States, but for the economy in general. What will happen with the situation there? We don't know at this point. See how many problems they've got in the Eurozone. The situation is very bad. What will happen to countries which have their public debt 174% of their GDP? What will happen to those countries? Will the leaders of the Eurozone be able to tackle this situation? We don't know that. So, we will certainly be guided by considerations of high growth rates, but we will do this in a way that will not put too much burden on our people. And Mr. Putin, you all know that. I don't know if you all know this, but he's a member of the expert council, working with the President of the Russian Federation, and you know that we always respect your opinion, including me. And I mean it. We will always listen to your recommendations.
A small follow-up question. One of these structural reforms is the reform of the social sector. But, you know, we don't propose to stop the growth of real wages. No. We just want to make target payments. Maybe some categories might need a higher salary, while some other categories do not need their salaries to be adjusted that high. So we believe that its targeted approach is more efficient, especially in a crisis situation like we are facing today. Also, our proposals are aimed to tackle inflation. So currently, April, it's 17%. So we could have avoided this jump if other measures were taken, and then real wages would not fall too much like this. So as I said earlier, we can't have real wages growing higher than productivity gains. Now we saw that adjustment. Of course, the Presidential Council has been working not too hard. I think we need to step up our activities. And also the 2020 strategy was drafted, but not adopted. It's still on paper. And only 25% of its potential has been employed, has been leveraged. So I think currently we need a clear-cut program with the frontiers that we can reach regardless of these sanctions.
Well, the 2020 program is a guideline for our development. We still use it. And I completely agree with you on the point of selective approach in offering social benefits. And I have told the government to work on that. And you also mentioned salaries growing ahead of productivity. And I have presented my position to you. I agree with you to a certain extent, but in reality, this is easier said than done. When you talk, it's easy to talk about such things even during hotline, because salaries, incomes, especially with school teachers, this is too low. You cannot expect to achieve real results. Of course, this can create difficulties that you've mentioned, but on the whole, we should do our best for salaries to grow and come up to the productivity level. You're right about that.
You just said that it's necessary to keep the trust of the people, and Russians are ready to help you. They point out that the authorities stimulate an unexpected inflation. So I just refer to the food embargo and that there are ways to bypass it. So people say that import substitution was promised, but we buy the same foreign goods but via friends, quote unquote. Despite the food embargo, we continue to eat Polish apples and cabbage. They're still on the shelves. You know, in September the price was 35 rubles, and in the winter it's 80 rubles. So we know that these are Polish apples, but just the badge is different.
Yeah, now we need to find out people at the customs service who let all those boxes with apples, all those crates in, and we do our best to fight this. Frankly speaking, this actually alleviates the situation on the food market. Food prices growth because of counter-sanctions made this significant contribution to price growth, price hikes, and inflation. Well, this is just an example of people not doing their job right. Just let me know where this happens specifically. But the number one point is not to fight those things, but to support our own agricultural sector. And then you can use this economic approach, economic measures, and a certain amount of administrative measures, and in this way we'll be able to substitute foreign products with the domestic food items on our shelves.
Staying with agriculture, another text message. Yuri Lang from Novosibirsk region. He's a farmer. I have a request to Vladimir Putin. Please don't lift the food embargo. Give us some time to fill the goods with our organic products. Otherwise, our markets will be conquered by foreign goods. And also, we are joined live by the people from the Kostroma region. Pavel Krasnov, our reporter, is there on the ground. Hello to Moscow, this is the settlement of Stepanova. Right now we are in one of the farms, and there are thousands like this. So these are the local farmers who have been toiling hard. They've come together to produce milk and dairy products. It might be a small farm, but it still looks like many other in the country, and of course the issues that are important here are the same as everywhere else. Everyone's asking for support, for subsidies, so I'd like to give the floor to you. Please introduce yourself and state your question. Hello, Mr. President. I'm a farmer. I produce dairy products. So I have a question on state support programs. We do have a lot of programs, maybe too many. But when the funds are being channeled to the Kostroma region, they are then used for big companies, and we, small farmers, don't actually get anything. So could you please right this wrong?
Well, you know, I can tell you about what we do with agriculture in general, to support our agriculture. Just recently, a presenter read out a question from your colleague involved in agricultural production. He said we should keep our market free from foreign goods. But there is also another aspect. Consumers want to have high-quality goods available to them. This is why the government has come up with a number of support measures for the agricultural sector in general. This includes measures of tax support. There are two options available. You know about that. There is a simplified tax procedure, and then there is this. Which option do you actually use? You use unified agricultural tax, right. This year we've come up with additional support measures. Number one, and I think this is the most significant measure, we've increased subsidies for loans taken by agricultural manufacturers. It used to be 5.5%, the subsidy I mean. Now it's 14.7%. If you take a loan at the bank, let's say it's 20% interest rate, it's minus 14.7 now. Of course, if it's a higher interest rate, 25%, then you end up with 10.3% rate. But after the Bank of Russia takes certain measures to lower the interest rate, I think the situation will improve. And we've also provided additional 50 billion rubles to support farmers this year, and 4 billion specifically for machinery lease. There are also other measures like support by hectare. It used to be 14 billion, we've added additional 8 billion rubles. Also, we have special support measures for small businesses in the agricultural sector. We have money provided from the federal budget, but we also recommended to provinces that they provide additional 2 billion rubles to start out farmers. You mentioned the fact that this money doesn't reach small businesses specifically. It's hard for me to answer that right now. We have to look at the situation in your region specifically. Of course, the kind of manufacturing you're involved in is a very sophisticated area, and the government will have to consider what we can do in addition to what we're already doing for milk dairy producers. I'm aware of the situation in the dairy industry, and we'll do our best to help you. As regards the situation at your farm specifically and the situation in your region, we'll take a closer look at that and we'll talk to your governor. This was Kostroma.
The village of Stepanova. We also have farmers in our studio today, and let's take a question from one of them. Yes, Dmitry. Well, I talk to farmers a lot, but despite all the problems, they have so much enthusiasm. Well, here's a simple Russian farmer named John. He came to Russia 23 years ago. He's a citizen of Russia. He got citizenship in 1997, and I was surprised that over these years the farm never made profit. Hello, Mr. President. Very pleased to meet you. So we have 700 cows, and every cow brings 10,000 liters a year. But the costs are too high now. After amid this geopolitical situation, the costs are higher, and we have to sell cows because we don't have the money, no money at all. So I can't develop my business because over these 15 years I've been loss-making. So I can't develop my business if I don't have a 20 euro borrow loan, but the banks are not prepared to give us these loans. I cannot develop my business if banks want a collateral. You know, they are asking for 120% of the actual loan in collateral. So as I said, as you said, interest rates are like 26%. So how long should I wait? You know, every day bankruptcy is coming closer. So you have statistics. It seems all the data are fine, but this is not true. I'm really sorry if my statements are too straightforward, but I have 5 children. I love Russia. And my children's homeland is Russia. And I must be certain, I must be confident of the future here in Russia. You know, my son has been working for 2 years in the UK. If he wants to go back to Russia, but he says, I'm not a fool, I don't want to toil at your farm. So you can only build a relationship based on the truth. You can only solve problems based on the facts, hard facts. So my question is, do you trust the statistics that they provide you with? Or maybe these statistics is just a lie because people are afraid to tell you the truth. I don't like statistics.
So, how did you end up here in Russia? Is it because of cherchez la femme?
I don't speak French, sorry.
Well, this means look for a woman. So, yes, John has a Russian wife. Yes, I married a Russian woman 23 years ago. Okay, regarding statistics, in every country people complain about statistics, but the figures that people show to me, I trust those figures. You may have noticed when I answered your colleague in Kostroma, he is also in the dairy industry. I told him straight away that dairy prices today are lower than the production cost. And this creates a problem. And these are statistics. So you can say I don't trust statistics in this case. The question is, what can we do to improve the situation? So one of the measures, I've already mentioned that, we made a decision, the government made a decision to increase subsidies for loans. You've been working in agriculture for so many years, and you keep doing that. If everything were so bad, probably you would go belly up long time ago, but you keep working. I also have there is an aspect of powder milk that's imported in large quantities, and people keep complaining about powder milk imported from Belarus, and this actually lowers milk dairy prices in Russia. But, of course, since we have an economic union with our partners, we'll have to have a frank conversation with our partners and find a way to have a uniform approach and uniform subsidy levels for agriculture and different segments of agriculture, including the dairy industry, and we will definitely have to increase support. I think the government will have to increase its support specifically for the dairy industry. And there is also another aspect. You mentioned milk production. I can't tell you, I don't know if your figures are good, but at the moment, milk productivity, milk production levels are quite low in Russia compared to other countries. We are not very efficient. What is it, like 40 or 50 per cow. What is the average figure? Of course, there are some farms where they have like, how much milk?
Well, I have 10,000 liters annually, 29 liters a day. But we need to have the right statistics for forage cows. You can't just talk about average levels. We have higher than average because we don't have that many forage cows. This is not right to pile everything into one thing. You know, dairy production is critical.
I agree, it is important. And even though it seems to you that I may not be familiar with the real situation and the government, no, we are well familiar with the real situation, and I really hope that the government will make an appropriate decision. Maybe what they're currently doing is not sufficient, but there are certain limitations with the budget, you know. We have to keep the balance, maintain the balance between different sectors, even though agriculture is one of our priorities today, considering that we've have to fill the market with our own agricultural production. And as regards statistics, I still would say that I rather trust statistics than distrust it. Okay, let's take one more question from Kostroma. Pavel? Thank you. Of course, we have more questions. Actually, we have a bottle of milk to show you. This milk is produced here in Stepanova. And what is your question? Hello, Mr. President. We're happy to see you and all the people of Russia. Our farm is actually quite small, but we make a contribution to the welfare of our country. We produce milk and we also produce beef. Unfortunately, it's hard for us to sell our products, make it available to consumers today. So, very briefly, I have two questions. Question number one. You have what you call social institutions, schools, kindergartens, orphanages, and so on and so forth. We would like our products to go to these institutions directly because we have high-quality milk. Powder milk is fine too, but our milk is real. This is real whole milk, and it's hard for us to compete against other businesses who just buy and sell. We're not buying and selling, we are producing, and we want to be able to sell ourselves. So we want to have a quota. As agricultural producers, we want to have a certain quota, even though if it's not too high. This is my number one request. And number two, we want to have a direct contact with our consumers. And it would be nice to have our own retail chain, maybe kiosks, maybe portable, movable selling operation. But we don't want to go through large chains, large companies who buy and then resell, because we get 16 or 17 rubles for 1 liter of milk, and when it goes to a store, it's 72 rubles. So who makes more money? The one who actually manufactures, produces this milk, or the one who buys and resells it? It would be nice for farmers to have a way to sell their milk directly to consumers.
Okay, I got you. As for the costs and the prices, there is a problem. Definitely we need to resolve these issues. As for selling your product, dairy products, well, we've taken so many measures at the legislative level to support you with subsidies. We passed laws to make sure that your products are on the shelves. If it's not sufficient, okay, let's revisit the issue and try to help you. As for quotas that you mentioned in schools and childcare centers, I think these issues must be resolved at the regional and municipal level. I'm sure that the governor of the Kostroma region is listening to our session today. But anyway, you have to take into account the price levels. I mean, if it's done at the regional level, certainly they will be looking for a lower cost, because this is taxpayer money, there's the budget money, so they might be limited in their funds. Now, your final proposal, having your own point of sales, you mean in towns and even cities?
Yes, I was talking about cities.
Right. So, do you want to buy or rent some space, or maybe you could have some temporary makeshift points of sales, mobile points of sales, right?
We're not talking about markets, because dairy products have to be sold when they're fresh, and we want to be closer to consumers. We want to be able to sell in residential areas with a dense population. All we need is 5 to 6 square meters. Maybe cities could provide us with a little kiosk and connect us to the grid, and we'll comply with all the requirements.
Well, I don't have any doubts. Sometimes the authorities do have certain concerns. We had some negative experience in terms of opening small open-air markets. So there is a problem. Why? Because retailers start to dump old products with where the expiry date has been passed. But of course you're talking about fresh products, so I absolutely agree with you. We'll send the signal to the regional authorities, and they will then convince the municipal authorities. So we have a win-win solution. So we see that the kvass, the Russian national drink, is sold, and milk is sold at kiosk. I'll talk to the governor, definitely.
So, thank you, Stepanova. Thank you. And we have more questions in the studio now. Yes, we want to talk about foreign policy now. We have Anatoly Tarkunov, the Rector of International Affairs University. Thank you, Mr. President. We realize that our welfare and our economy depends on the international environment to a large degree. And my question is not global, it's quite specific. This week we saw dozens, even hundreds of comments for the statement made on Monday regarding the fact that there is now no objections to supplying S-300 missile systems to Iran. You remember that a long time ago we signed an agreement with Iran, then we suspended this deal, and journalists and politicians expressed their concern that the delivery of S-300 systems may interfere with the nuclear talks with Iran, and they even say that the delivery of this anti-air systems will complicate the situation in the Middle East in general. I looked at what Angela Merkel said the other day, that sanctions have to be lifted in a collective way, not individually, and we also hear talks saying that Israel may take certain action and even start selling weapons to Ukraine if S-300s go to Iran. What do you think about the situation?
Indeed, we signed the contract back in 2007, and then in 2010, the then President Dmitry Medvedev suspended the deal Why? Well, it was all related to the Iranian nuclear program, but today, and we have clear signs of this, and you're an experienced foreign policy expert, understand that. Today, the Iranian counterparts demonstrate flexibility and they decide to reach a compromise on the Iranian issue. All of these stakeholders now confirm that the deal is reached, and they're just technicalities that need to be finalized. And that's why we have taken this decision. I did not see the statement by the Chancellor of Germany, but maybe our counterparts are not aware of the fact that the UN sanctions do not include military equipment like S-300. So it was a voluntary decision on our part. It was our goodwill decision. We now see that there are positive trends, so there are no grounds to continue with this unilateral ban. As for the sanctions list provided by the resolution of the UN Security Council, of course, we will work in a concerted effort with our partners, and I think our contribution has been really significant to the resolution of the Iranian nuclear issue. Also, our enterprises have produce this equipment. It's very expensive. I mean, the cost is like $900 million, and no one has compensated these losses. Well, they indicated some time ago that they might buy it from us, but no one's bought it. So it's not part of the UN ban list. The situation is changing, so maybe I think it's better to encourage our Iranian counterparts so that they continue to move along this path of rapprochement. You also mentioned the reports from Israel. Well, when we supply our military equipment to a certain region, we take into account the big picture, especially in the Middle East. We are not the biggest supplier of equipment and weapons to the Middle East. The US supplies far more equipment to this part of the world. And just recently, Israel voiced their concerns about the supplies of S-300 to another region, and they said it could lead to geopolitical changes in the region. Because, it's not an offensive weapon, but some of my colleagues said no plane would be able to lift in the air. So we had the consultations with our buyer, and one of the partners understood those concerns, and we cancelled that contract altogether, and we even paid back the advance payments, the installment, $400 million. As for Iran, well, it's a totally different issue. And it's not a threat for Israel. Again, S-300 is an offensive equipment. Is a defensive equipment, I'm sorry. So it's only used for defense. And even if you talk about situations unfolding in Yemen, it can only be a deterrent.
Mr. President, we'll talk about foreign policy more later. Let's talk about domestic issues now. There are many complaints about high interest rates when taking out a loan. For example, there is a letter here saying that the central bank has raised rates by 3%, and now you can only take a loan at 23 to 25%. Can we do something about Sberbank policies for small and medium-sized medium-sized businesses? And another question, when loans in Russia will become available at a reasonable rate, 25 to 30%?
Well, as for SMEs, we do have a number of programs to support this segment. I will not cite the figures. I'm sure businesses, entrepreneurs are aware of it. It's in the public domain, it's online. So you have associations of entrepreneurs that are ready to provide you with this information. Just like agriculture, SMEs always enjoy support, but it's not sufficient, and it's quite right that people want more. The contribution of SMEs is lower than in developed economies. I mean, their contribution to GDP, and we have to improve the situation. So one of the goals is to have a range of SMEs under the umbrella of big corporations. And we also have quotas for SMEs in public procurement programs. In terms of startups, we'll have possibly tax holidays for 3 years. Especially, it will apply to those that work in the agricultural sector. There will be additional measures. The central bank maintains funding for commercial banks at 6.5%. So it's done via one bank, a subsidiary of Vneshekonom Bank. But the governor of the central bank told me that they will increase the number of banks that work under this program. So
договора о кредитах для малого и среднего предпринимательства, то получает от ЦБ фондирование под 6,5%.
The banks might get a 6.5% loan from the central bank, and then the end rate for agricultural sector will be lower than the market average. I mean, what you just mentioned is, of course, too high. Well, perhaps if there's no credit history, perhaps if there's no collateral, maybe the bank will increase. But 55% is something out of this world. The central bank is the main shareholder of the Sberbank, so I'll talk to Ms. Nabiulin and ask her to sort it out.
35 to 55 was not Sberbank.
Well, 25, 23, okay, maybe it was before the benchmark rate was lowered. Just give me this information.
Yes, we'll leave this information with you at the end of the show. Maybe we could actually ask you about government service at such turbulent times. People have a lot of expectations for government officials. So what do you think about government service? Maybe it's time to bring back professionals, maybe to have a professional banker in charge of the central bank.
What do you mean, returning professionals to public service? Well, you have to have professionals in public service. If they're out, it's bad. I mean, of course, we have a deficit of professionals. Or also try to keep the salaries at the necessary level. We need to attract people that have the right expertise and professionalism. So it's best to have professionals in public service, so you don't have any crisis. But even if you have a crisis due to objective reasons, professionals would help you to take advantage of it and survive it in the best possible way. As for the central bank, I don't have any major concerns or complaints. What do you mean appoint a banker to the post of the central bank? The central bank is not a commercial bank, that's the main regulator terms of monetary policy, and it has now bigger functions on its plate. So you definitely need a person who knows the nuances of the banking sector, but anyway, it must be a specialist with high qualifications in the economics. Well, you might always criticize the central bank. You might say, well, perhaps some of the steps were too late, maybe the interest rates should have been increased earlier, and at that point it would not be as high as 17%. But anyway, both Russian and foreign experts believe that the central bank has been quite effective.
It's time for us to go to our call center, but before we go there, I would like to ask a question that we see quite frequently. Mr. President, this is a real difficult time for people who got a mortgage in foreign currencies. We don't ask the government to forgive our debts. Maybe it could be recalculated based on the pre-crisis exchange rate. We are willing to continue paying out our mortgage, but it has to be reasonable, and so on and so forth. What do you think about this problem?
Overall, of course, I always want to help people, and the state must help people. But this specific instance is all about the following. Okay, I'll rephrase it. When you take a loan in foreign currency, well, to do that, you have to get a salary in foreign currency. Maybe you live in London, New York, Paris, Berlin, wherever, if you have a salary in euro or in dollars. But if you want to live in Russia, just like our friend from the UK, the farmer, John, so he just said his son lives in the UK. So yes, he can take out a loan in foreign currency because there will be no risks, FX risk for him. But if you took out a loan in foreign currency, but your salary is in rubles, then these people have taken up these risks. The risk, there's maybe fluctuations of exchange rate, and then they will be in trouble. Well, you need to look into the details, but anyway, when people take out these loans in foreign currency, maybe the banks would even force them to take these risks. But the bank has no responsibility of these risks. It's the people's risks, the borrower's risks. Well, of course, if you took out a loan, a mortgage in rubles, and you found yourself in a difficult situation, well, we will allocate 4.5 billion rubles to help people who have lost their job, for example, who cannot pay the mortgage. Perhaps the government might think of a way to help borrowers who took out a loan in foreign currency, but it shouldn't be, this aid should not be higher than the support that the government is issuing to those who've taken the mortgage in rubles.
I just want to clarify in defense of these people. Quite often they take a mortgage in foreign currency because there was no other alternative, and this was not a new apartment, and banks only agree to issue a loan in foreign currency.
Well, our national currency is rubles, and the banks have to do it. If the banks didn't want to give it, then, well, you have to resolve this issue. We had a rate of 12%, that was the interest rate, and we had a record level of housing construction. It has never been the case either in the Soviet Union or in modern Russia. 12%, and now the government has taken some measures, and a lot of money has been allocated. But these are the new homes. Yeah, new homes, absolutely. New home construction. We help people to get new housing, to improve their housing conditions, and also we'll support the housing industry, the construction industry. We help to maintain the jobs in construction materials industry, in the power industry, in the road construction industry. It's an extremely important sector in any economy, in any country. That's why we've allocated the funds to support mortgages. So the interest rate was about 14, and the goal is to make it 12% to support the growth that we had last year, to support the growth in manufacturing. I'm sure these goals are realistic. In terms of mortgages in foreign currency, well, we need to help these people, but as I said, it must be commensurate measures, proportionate to what's done for those who've taken out a mortgage in rubles.
Okay, we have been on air for almost 90 minutes, so let's go to the call center now. Tatiana Remezova. Thank you, colleagues. We've received over 2.8 million requests. All lines are red hot. Calls keep coming. A lot of questions about the exchange rate. But even more people call us about commuter trains, people from Lipetsk, Yaroslavl, Penza, Vologda, Smolensk, all the different parts of Russia call us. We all remember how many commuter trains were cancelled in January. Then you, personally, Mr. President, told local authorities to bring all those commuter trains back. Let's take a call from Bălșov in Saratov region, from Alexei. Alexei, what is your question to the President? Mr. President, my name is Alexei. You promised to set the commuter train schedule in order. It never happened in our area. We used to have a commuter train from our village to Saratov, then it was cancelled a year ago. People can't travel to the city. What about young people who live in the village? How they can live here if there is no train, no communication? Young people don't have access to education. What about that?
Alexei, well, my only answer is that I agree with you. It's completely unacceptable. I won't dig deeper into details. But overall, the situation is as follows. Commuter transportation is loss-making for the municipal and regional authorities, especially after the tariffs on maintaining the rail track. The whole infrastructure was raised. Those tariffs were raised. It was a double-digit growth, and of course I was angry. When you saw that double-digit growth, the regions were not able to pay. The regions just don't have enough money. And that's why those commuter trains were cancelled off. So there was lack of coordination. No one made a forecast for that. No one analyzed those unintended consequences. So we had many commuter trains, many links restored, but not everywhere. So the town of Bălșov, the Saratov region, I will look into it definitely. And of course, we need to make sure that we find the best possible ways, economically wise, So there are things that the states and the regions will have to support, especially if you don't have any other alternative. Will you have to live a normal life? We're talking about people that have to study and just... Well, people just want to go to big cities on personal matters, family matters, and so on. So I jotted down. Thank you.
Yeah, the situation is very different in different areas. In some places, people really need commuter trains, and there are no trains available. And then there are other areas where you have empty trains going back and forth.
Well, it's just out of fear. They launched that commuter trains, but maybe there's no effect. Well, as you know, we'll now have subsidies for Russian railways so that they are not loss-making. I mean, we've given them back 25 billion. We've lowered that rate for maintaining the railway infrastructure, and also the VAT is now zero, and of course the finance ministry has been against it. Mr. Kudrin, right? Your finance ministries are always against it. So the VAT for commuter trains is zero now.
Perhaps as a result of these measures, we have positive news from Sochi. Lastочка train, the Olympic train is now costs 3 times as cheap. Instead of 380 rubles, it's just 90 rubles now. And then there will be a train going to Sochi airport. Excellent. We also have video questions. Natalia Yurieva, please. Besides video questions, we also have MMS messages, which prove to be very popular. We have 43,000 MMS messages. It's a very popular format. We have MMS messages coming from 8-year-old people and 80-year-old people. People invite you for a cup of tea. And there is a request. Yelena writes here, Mr. President, I have a huge request for you. My friend has birthday on April 25th. She will turn 40. She wants a dog, and we are even ready to buy a dog, but her husband is against it. He's a retired colonel, and as a military man, he will not be able to say no to the Supreme Commander-in-Chief. Could you please just tell him that he is wrong? Dreams have to come true. What would you tell to Boris?
Well, I'm now in a very difficult situation. Of course, we have the military always have a special status, and girls sing different songs about our officers. But they are real men. They will always be able to help you out. But of course, they're also indifferent to the better sex. We have all those jokes about hussars, but I cannot order anyone. Boris, well, Boris can just say, he might tell me, sort your problems out first, and he might be right. And also here is a retired officer. So, I'm in trouble right now. So what's the name? Oh, Yelena. So we might just work out an action plan right now. Like you and me could ask Boris together, just request him in a friendly way to allow Yelena, but Yelena might say, okay, I don't need a dog, I'll do as you say, my dear husband. And I'm sure after that you present her an elephant as a gift. I mean, it's just the issue of the right time and the right place, and maybe a fur coat. I'm not sure about a fur coat, but maybe a dog. So we'll just ask the person, Boris, please. be a good husband.
Это дело доброе и укрепляет семью.
It's a good thing. It will build your family, will make it stronger.
Mr. President, a very serious question now. Let's talk about Ukraine. And at the beginning of this discussion of Russian-Ukrainian relations and the current situation in eastern Ukraine, I mentioned an article earlier at the beginning of our hotline. There was another leak. There, at this meeting with business people, you said, according to this periodical, that when in Minsk, when you had these long negotiations with Poroshenko, Merkel, and Hollande, at a certain point, Poroshenko told you literally, to take Donbass, I don't need it. Did this ever happen? No, this never happened. No, we had a discussion. We talked about reviving the economy in Donbass, and there are a lot of problems there, and we don't see the current Kiev leadership. They're not eager to rebuild the social sphere and the economic sphere in Donbass. We talked a lot about that. And this is all in the papers signed by the Ukrainian authorities. This is part of Minsk agreements, but unfortunately they're not doing anything. As we know, Donbass is currently under blockade, financial blockade, the banking system does not work there, social benefits are not being paid, people don't get anything. And we talked a lot with Mr. Poroshenko about that. And I've been making public statements about that. I've been saying that, okay, fine, there are people who defend their rights, who have taken up arms. Whether they're right or wrong is a different question, even though I have my own convictions about that, and I have been speaking openly about that. But there are people who are not even involved, people who have earned their pensions. They've spent 20 years, for example, 20 years working in independent Ukraine, and they have nothing to do with hostilities, with the militias, with those people fighting for their rights. What's wrong with these people? Why don't you pay these people their pensions? No, they don't pay pensions. So you can say the current Ukrainian leadership cuts off Donbass with their own hands. This is the real tragedy. This is the problem, and this is what we've been talking about.
Now, as a follow-up, if you say that the Minsk does not deliver on the Minsk agreements, if they force the war upon the East, how do you continue dialogue with Mr. Poroshenko? He tells you one thing, he tells his citizens a completely different thing, and he tells foreign partners another story.
You know, you can't choose your partners. In our work, we shouldn't have likes or dislikes. We should be guided by our nation's interest, and this is what we're doing.
Now we have a text message from Vladimir. Petr Poroshenko is a criminal. So many people died because of his actions. Did you feel discomfortable or a desire not to talk to him?
No, of course not. Like I told you just a second ago, I think that the current leadership of Ukraine makes a lot of mistakes, and there will be negative results. But it's the choice of their president, it's the choice of their government. I spent a lot of time asking them not to renew hostilities. First, Mr. Turchinov renewed hostilities in Donbass. Then Poroshenko, after he got elected, he had a chance to use peaceful methods to resolve this issue in Donbass, to talk to people and work out this. And we talked to him, we tried to convince him. This was what they called the Normandy format, and I personally asked him not to resume hostilities. No, they resumed hostilities. And the first time, this ended in a negative way. The second time, and the third time they started doing it again, and it ended in a tragedy for Ukrainians, first and foremost. I think this is a tremendous mistake. And eventually, the situation is now in a dead end. But there is still a way out. There is only one way out. to abide by the Minsk agreements, a constitutional reform, and addressing social and economic issues in the whole country and in Donbass specifically. Of course, we have no plans to interfere. It's not up to us to impose certain ways and methods on Ukraine, but we can express our opinion. And we can also point out that Minsk agreements have to be implemented, and we expect all our partners, including the Ukrainian leadership, to do that.
We also have a lot of similar questions. People ask why Russia offers gas discounts, why we supply cheap power, cheap coal, why we give loans to Ukraine, and in response we get this.
Well, you know, the political situation in a certain country can change from time to time, but the people remain. People will still be there, and this is a brotherly nation for us. And I make no difference between Ukrainians and Russians in general. I think this is basically the same nation, ethnically. Some people may disagree, and we can have a discussion, not here and now, though. When we help the people of Ukraine first and foremost. This is number one. Number two, we want to see the Ukrainian economy come out of the crisis because they're our neighbors, they're our partners, and we are interested in having a stable situation on our borders and developing economic relations with our neighbors. The reason we offer them a lower price on gas is because we know their economy will not be able to pay the market price, but we're willing to do that, and the same goes for electricity, coal, and so on and so forth. At the end of the year before the last one, at the end of 2013, we made an agreement with the Ukrainian leadership that we would offer Ukraine a loan, essentially a loan. We bought their securities, $15 billion a year. We were going to give them $15 billion a year, like a loan, and $5 billion more for road construction through commercial banks. And what did Ukraine get from their partners today? $17.5 billion for 4 years. We offered them a reduced gas price as long as they pay regularly and they settle their debts. We reduced the price of natural gas, and now it's 300% higher. We would keep our cooperation ties intact. Now they're all severed. Of course, our situation is not so good, but their situation is really bad. They've lost high-tech competencies in missile construction, shipbuilding, and so on and so forth. I think the negative consequences are severe, and it's not clear why they had to do all that. Still, this is the situation we're in today. We'll do our best to rebuild our relations with Ukraine, and this is in our interest.
So let's have some follow-up questions for our guests in the studio. Sergei Shergunov. Mr. President, Joseph Brodsky, the famous poet, once said in a poem, he had a poem on Ukraine's independence, and he wrote about the nationalists in Ukraine. But apart from nationalists, you have millions of simple and ordinary Ukrainians living there, so they are now under threat. And of course, there are many examples. We have those, all the Spanish. So people the local security agency asks people to frame other people, and one of the former MPs was killed. Mr. Kalashnikov was gunned down. He also got lots of threats from the nationalists. And all those laws are taken by the Ukrainian parliament ahead of May 9, Victory Day. So I think they're trying to impose the apartheid policy against Russian-speaking population. Ukraine says that Russia is an enemy, but they're asking for discounts for natural gas. But if you look at it realistically, how and under what conditions can we normalize the relationship?
Well, this is not a simple question, even though, of course, we could talk about Russians and Ukrainians being one nation, and I often do that. Actually, it's quite simple. Today, Russia does not expect anything from the Kiev authorities except one thing: treat us as equal partners in every way. Of course, it's important for us that they respect the legitimate rights of ethnic Russians living in Ukraine and people who consider themselves Russians regardless of what it says in their passport, people who consider the Russian language as their mother tongue and who think they belong to the Russian culture. Any country, of course, is interested in people like that, including Russia. So there is nothing extraordinary about that. But I repeat, we are interested in normalizing our relations with Ukraine entirely, and we will do all we can from our side. Of course, the situation with the Donbass is a big problem, and like I said, we expect that the Ukrainian authorities will abide by all the Minsk agreements. First and foremost, and I actually started talking about that, they have to set up a working group as part of the Minsk process and start working on several areas: political reform, constitutional reform, the economy, border issues, and so on and so forth. They have to start doing all those things, not talk about these things, but start doing them practically. At this point, unfortunately, we only see attempts to continue to exert pressure and no real desire to resolve the conflict through political means. But it is my understanding that there is no other solution except for political one, and I hope that everybody will come to the same realization.
Another question from our studio, Yekaterina. Thank you, Kirill. We have Irina Hakamada. She's well known in Russia. So she has a question on Ukraine. Irina. Mr. President, my question number one is about the tragic death of Boris Nemtsov. It shook me as a person. You might understand me, we've cooperated with him, so it's really a painful event. So what's your take on the investigation? Will we know who ordered that contract killing? It looks more like a terrorist act. And what about political competition? Will your political opponents, like Navalny, Khodorkovsky and others, be ready, will there be conditions for them to take part in parliamentary election and in further election? Maybe that will stabilize the situation and stimulate the private sector and will draw in private investment. Also, another question. During the funeral, I had Western journalists who came up to me, and you also have online reports that Boris Nemtsov got some information on the presence of Russian troops in the southeast of Ukraine, and also during the funeral, Western journalists asked me about it. So can you clarify this? Can you give us more details? Were the Russian troops or not?
Okay, let's start with the opposition, which has the right and the possibility to participate officially and legally in politics. Number one, of course, they can and they should, and number two, if they make it into parliament, if they have people's support, their activity will have an official status, and they will certainly be responsible to a degree for the things they offer. But you're an experienced person, you have been in the government. It's one thing to be in the opposition and to criticize everything. There is no responsibility, not too much responsibility involved, but still this brings you to the forefront, brings you out of the shadows, and it's something positive, I think. But in the long run, the bottom line is, it's up to the people to decide who should be in the parliament. I think this would be a positive development. And now, on your second question regarding the assassination of Boris Nemtsov, you were his friend. He was in the opposition. He criticized me and the government, even though I used to have a pretty close relationship with him in the past. And like I said in the past, this is a tragic and shameful event, this assassination. Now, about the investigation, I can tell you that just one day or maybe 36 hours after this happened, FSB and police investigators knew the names of perpetrators, and the only question they had is how to arrest them. And let's give credit to our law enforcement agencies. This was objective data, and it's not just CCTV footage. They have many different technical capabilities available to them. I don't want to say too much because I don't want to divulge their advanced methods, the methods that they use in their work. But on the whole, this matter was taken care of within a few hours. So they did a very professional job very quickly, and they used several channels simultaneously. Different agencies worked simultaneously, and they all achieved the same result. Whether they will find a mastermind behind this association and whether there is such a person, I don't know yet. It will become clear with time. They're working. And finally, you asked whether our troops are present in Ukraine. I can tell you very clearly, there are no Russian troops in Ukraine. Actually, just during the recent conflict in southeastern Ukraine, in Donbass, the head of the General Staff of the Ukrainian Army openly and publicly said, when meeting with foreign colleagues, our war is not against the Russian army. What else can you add to that?
Now, as a follow-up question, what's the reason why Russian foreign policy failed in Ukraine? Russia invested up to $33 billion, and the US only $5. That was the confession by Victoria Nuland.
Well, it's not our failure. It's the failure of Ukraine's domestic policy. Yes, we helped Ukraine, even when it was a very difficult time for us ourselves. We supplied them with fuel at a much lower price, a price that was much, much lower than the international market price. And this was real economic aid that ran into dozens of billions of dollars. And this is no exaggeration. We had very close cooperation, and I hope that it may be recovered somehow in the future. We also had all sorts of trade relations. So what happened? What happened is people were tired of poverty, of fraud, embezzlement, greedy government officials, corruption, oligarchs in the government. People got tired of all of that. And when the nation are in this kind of condition, they start looking for ways out of this situation. And unfortunately, sometimes they turn to people who take advantage of these current difficulties and offer some simple solutions, including nationalists. This actually happened in Russia as well in the 1990s. We had what they call the sovereignty parade and nationalism. Yes, we had a very similar situation in Russia, and this is the way it happens in other countries as well. So this is what happens in Ukraine. All these nationalist forces took advantage of the situation, and as a result you have the situation we have today. So it's not our failure, it's the failure of Ukraine itself.
Perhaps we missed that alienation process. Why I'm asking you? There is a threat to have the same in Kyrgyzstan, Armenia, and other post-Soviet countries where you have our Western partners working very actively. Now, if you look at the number of non-profits financed in Kyrgyzstan who deal with political activities, they're financed by the US. There are like 1,200. How much Russia spends on these activities? Much lower.
Well, you had what they call a Freudian slip now. He said we missed the alienation of Ukraine. There was no alienation. Ukraine is an independent country, a sovereign country, and you should respect that. In the 1990s, we did this alienation when we declared sovereignty of the Russian Federation. This was quite a step. We liberated them from ourselves. We did this ourselves. This was our decision. And since we made this decision, we have to respect their independence now. This is the choice that the people of Ukraine have made. It's up to them to decide how to build this relationship. During the previous Ukrainian crisis, when Mr. Yushchenko came to power and Ms. Tymoshenko, how did this happen? They had the third round of elections. This was totally unconstitutional. This was also a coup, but at least it was not violent. Well, we turned a blind eye and we kept working with them, but now it's a coup and we can't put up with that. We see this upsurge of nationalism. This is unacceptable. So we have to respect other countries, we have to build our relationships with them, but other than that, it's beyond our control. What I mean is, these are independent nations, and we can't meddle in their affairs, we can't interfere. This would be wrong. We build our relations, for example, as part of our Eurasian Economic Union, with Kazakhstan, with Belarus. What is the significance of all these alliances? It's not to make those nations closer to us, no. The significance is to create better conditions for all the people living in our countries, to have open borders. We don't care if a Russian person lives here on this territory or across the border. If they can travel freely, visit their relatives and their living standards improve, and their rights are not infringed upon. They're allowed to speak their mother tongue. If that's the case, we don't care. If people have a good life in those countries and they're treated fairly, this is the kind of relationship we have with Kazakhstan and Belarus, and you mentioned Armenia and Kyrgyzstan. We would like this process to develop. This is the main thing. It's not that we want to keep those countries in the sphere of our influence. No, it is not our goal to rebuild an empire, like they accuse us. No, this is a natural integration process. The whole world is taking this way of integration. Latin America, in North America also we see the US and Canada, Europe, Asia, everywhere. And when we do the same thing, they tell us we are rebuilding an empire. Why? Why we can't have integration? It is not our goal to rebuild an empire. We don't have imperial aspirations, but we just want to make sure that ethnic Russians living in neighboring countries, CIS countries, have decent life by developing our cooperation with them.
Today, Russia is a country where thousands of Ukrainians found refuge. Take the town of Gukovo, it's on the border with Ukraine. Let's have a live cross to that town. We have Pavel Zarubin, our reporter, working there.
Hello, Moscow. We are at a hotel in the town of Gukovo, Rostov region. Refugees from Ukraine live here. Most of them came here 2 weeks ago. Now they're deciding where to go, whether they will find a job. Currently, there are 19 people here in this hotel, including 7 children, and all the necessary conditions have been created for them. All the children go to school. Younger children have therapy sessions. And we've spent a few days here. We got to know all these kids, and we would like to introduce them to you now. We have this guy. His name is Seva. Seva, how old are you? 4. And where do you come from? Tell us about your hometown. Can you tell us about Lugansk? Lugansk was bombed when we were in Sevastopol first. And then, so now it's been destroyed. Right. Let's go to the living room now. While we are on our way, could I ask you, Danila, where do you come from? I also come from Lugansk. And do you have any relatives left there? My grandmother. What about your friends, classmates? Of course. When was the last time you talked to them? It's been a while. I sometimes talk to them in social networks. Do you miss them? Yes. Well, you can address them directly. You can tell them whatever you want. Camera is over there. I just want to say hi. Hi to all of my friends and my grandmother and my granddad and my father. Yeah, they will see you. Okay, take your seats now. Currently, in Rostov region alone, there are 38,000 refugees from Ukraine. Of course, they have lots of questions. Let's start with questions. What's your first question? Hello, my name is Alexander. I come from Donbass, and people of Donbass really want to know what will happen to our regions in the future. Donetsk and Lugansk provinces, what will happen to those territories? What are the prospects of becoming separated from Kiev? Even though many people there like Ukraine, but because of this conflict there is no way for us to live together with them. You mean the status of those territories? Yes, basically that's what I'm talking about. The future of Novorossiya, of Donetsk and Lugansk regions together.
First of all, we need to get life back to normal. to, of course, in these territories that you call the republics, and all the people must go back to their homes. I know that people who live in Donbass, of course, that's the Donetsk region as a whole. I know that you're all patriots, and people stay there under shelling because they love their homeland. And you must create conditions for normal living. You must earn money, you must raise children, but you have to have conditions for that. And the Kiev authorities seems to be interested in it too. We need to revive economic ties. Power generation in Ukraine is based on coal that is supplied by Donbass. So it's ridiculous to buy coal from South Africa. It's embezzlement, maybe, or to buy coal from Australia. That's silly, but we see attempts like this. There are other types of attempts. The Kiev authorities must take first steps to revive economic ties. And we're seeing this happening, the first steps. As part of the Minsk agreements, we might find some provisions that will help to restore the single political space. But of course, it's the people of Donbass that have the ultimate right to decide, and will depend on the flexibility, on wisdom of the Ukrainian leadership.
Gukova, you can ask one more question. We have people working at this hotel here with us, people who live here in Gukova, and they have many difficult questions as well. Mr. President, my name is Tatiana. We live in the town of Gukova at the border, and we are very much afraid for our children and grandchildren. During the hostilities, it was very close to where we live, and we had our suitcases packed. Do you think a war will start?
I think it's impossible. So don't worry. Well, there were some instances, you know, some of the shells ended up on the Russian territory, but I still think it's just an accident, not an intended attempt to attack Russia or to damage Russian infrastructure.
Thank you, Gukova. Our call center keeps working here in the studio, so let's ask them about video messages coming for the Russian president. Natasha, what about those? Thank you, Kirill. After this disaster in Siberia, we received video messages from Khakassia and Transbaikal area, people who lost everything they had because of the fire. And many of those messages are desperate. Let's watch a video now. We received it from Nadezhda Makarova in the village of Bidja in Khakassia. Hello, Mr. President. Our question to you is as follows. My name is Nadezhda Makarova, and we have 8 houses that burned in our village. There was just one building that we were able to preserve. Will we receive any kind of help? Because people have got nothing left, and they're in a very tough situation. We want you to help us. Please help us.
Как быстро пожар распространялся?
So how fast was the fire spreading?
Это у нас деревня Хакасия, Биджа.
Да-да. А как быстро распространялся?
How fast?
Это видеосообщение. Это видеосообщение.
This is a video message. She can't hear you. She can't respond.
Я сразу хочу сказать,
Well,
что предусмотрено
straight away, of course, we'll do everything that's guaranteed by the law. 10,000 rubles must be paid out immediately to all those who were hit by the fire. 1 million rubles must be paid to those families who have someone who died in the fire. 100,000 rubles must be paid to those who lost their property. For every family member, 50,000 rubles whose property was damaged. And usually when we talk about Khakassia, well, all the property is just devastated by the fire. So that's not their case. So if there's some damage to health, 200,000 rubles. Light injuries. If there are serious injuries, 400,000 rubles. Apart from this, I was just talking to the governor of Khakassia. Of course, lots of homes have been devastated by fire, and we would need to build about 2,400 homes. That would require support from the federal budget, about 5 to 6 billion rubles. And of course, we'll need to provide additional support worth 1.5 billion rubles. But of course, we need to calculate these expenses. The initial funding must be allocated as soon as possible. I'm aware that the government is supposed to take this decision. Maybe they have taken already. We'll then need to calculate everything. And everyone who was hit will get the money. Of course, so all of the homes will be rebuilt by the 1st of September 2015.
Thank you. Actually, you have this kind of situation in several regions, Khakassia and Transbaikal area. Let's go back to our studio now and let's take some questions from the studio. Among our guests here, we have editor-in-chief of Независимая газета, Konstantin Remchikov. Mr. President, I'm one of those Russian people who think that having a normal relationship with the West benefits Russia. Unfortunately, this relationship has been deteriorating in the past few years. You made a few statements saying that the West have been pursuing the policy of containing Russia for centuries. And so you took this context of century-long confrontation, and you say that the current situation is part of this confrontation. The high confrontation levels, you have higher levels of patriotism and radicalism, extremism are, and it seems the more you hate someone else, the more you love your motherland. I call it patriotism mixed with xenophobia. So my question is to you, is like this. What are the conditions for you to normalize a relationship with the West, with the United States? And what measures does the government take to tackle the issue of radical nationalism? And third, do you think this problem of patriotism mixed with xenophobia really exists in our country?
Well, you compare patriotism with xenophobia. I think these are two different things. Patriotism is love for your homeland, while xenophobia is the hatred to other ethnicities and other nations. These are two different things. So would not compare apples and oranges. Now, as for radical nationalism, we've always been fighting against it, and we'll continue our fight. Nationalism is a very destructive force for the Russian statehood, because Russia was born as a multi-confessional, multi-ethnic country. Now, what are the terms to normalize our relationship with the West? Well, we're not to blame. We're not the first ones. As you know, we advocate good relationship with all the states, both in the East and in the West. The main condition, prerequisite for the restoration of relationship is the respect for the interest of Russia. You know, I said previously that many superpowers that claim to have an exceptional position and believe that they are the only gravity of power, they don't need allies, they need vassals. I mean, the US, Russia will not fit into this value system. It cannot support this type of relationship. It just cannot exist in this framework. And everyone has to be aware of this. We are always open to a cooperation. We have never suspended our cooperation. In the 90s, we've opened up, and Russia expected that it would have the same kind of attitude. But every time we voiced our position, we encountered tough response. Take the early 90s. Take Boris Yeltsin. But once he said that Russia opposed bombing in Yugoslavia, he was criticized by everyone. So once you voice your independent position, everyone criticizes you. It doesn't mean we have to take offense, to have any grievances, to distance ourselves, to isolate. No, we want to cooperate. We are ready for cooperation, and we will do it. I reiterate this once again, despite what some of the leaders of foreign countries are saying. We will cooperate with whoever wants to do business with us. With those corporations that are not afraid of the political pressure, those who work in the humanitarian, cultural, educational spheres, we still have those links. Now, if you look at sanctions and its damage, well, it's not very efficient. We just talked about foreign exchange rate fluctuations. Last year, we had to pay out $130 billion. That was the corporate debt, banks and enterprises. And we ended up in a situation when we had limited access to Western funding. So we all expected that there would be trouble for our corporations. It didn't happen. Of course, we had to provide some kind of support, but it wasn't direct like in 2009. I mean, in 2009, we had to pay for their debts. We also took the assets. We then got the assets back with a premium. This year, our corporation will have to pay $60 billion. The bulk of those payments was already done, so it's useless to put pressure on Russia. And I think our Western leaders, Western partners need to realize that they need to be looking for a compromise with Russia and not to impose some cliched patterns that they think are right. Now, to what you started a question with, the higher the confrontation, the higher the rating. Well, I wouldn't say like that. Of course, we have people, ordinary people who are not experts, like the MGIMO head. People always feel when there is injustice. People feel that there's unfair treatment of Russia, and they become angry. I would like to support all of our people for the support.
Mr. President, we have received tragic news from Kyiv just now. Ales Buzina was shot and killed. This is one of the brightest, well-known Ukrainian journalists, very well-known to our audience because he participated in talk shows on the Russian channels more than once. So this tragedy just happened hours ago, and just the other day, Kalashnikov was killed.
Well, this is not the first political killing. There was a series of assassinations. You have Irina Hakamada, who asked him about the investigation of Boris Nemtsov. I said it's a disgrace for Russia, and the law enforcement must do everything to find those who executed and so those who ordered it. And Ukraine, if it wants to be a democratic state, well, it has to do the same, but nothing like that is happening. Where are the killers? And Europe and the US turn a blind eye to it.
Well, of course, first and foremost, we would like to express condolences to the family of Ales and his colleagues.
Yes, I also offer my condolences.
Regardless of political convictions, there is one subject on which we all agree in Russia. This is our victory in the Great Patriotic War, because in every family has its own hero. And this is why any attempt to rewrite history of the Great Patriotic War gets rejected in our country. And now the Red Army is no longer regarded as liberator. It's on the same board as Nazi Germany. What do you think about that as a son of a person who was in the war?
I have mixed feelings. It's a very difficult issue. I'll try to be brief. Certainly you cannot compare Nazism and Stalinism, simply because Nazis openly, publicly said that they're going to destroy Jews, Gypsies and Slavs. Of course, Stalin was not an angel. I mean, whole nations and ethnicities were exiled and there were purges, but Stalin never wanted to have as an aim to destroy whole ethnicities. So it doesn't make sense to compare these two figures. Secondly, and maybe not that pleasant for us, there were still some grounds for these allegations. After World War II, we tried to make many Eastern European countries live like we lived, like the Soviet Union lived, and it was done by force. We have to admit it. It's not good, and of course we hear the echo of those events today. The same with the US. They try to impose their own model of development around the world, and they're doomed to fail.
Right now in Alabina, near Moscow, there are preparations underway for the Victory Day Parade, and we have our crew there, and Anton Vernitsky is reporting from there. So you see preparations are underway here in Wladimir, even though weather is not so nice. Every day military men exercise and prepare for the Victory Day parade. There will be a record-setting number participating, about 200 units of military hardware, some of which nobody has ever seen, I mean ordinary people. And there is a very nice tradition, they invite war veterans to observe the rehearsal. And we have these veterans who fought in the Great Patriotic War, so the first question goes to them. Could you please introduce yourself? Retired Colonel Vitaly Kolesov. I was in the Battle of Stalingrad. I was in charge of an artillery battery. I was 19 years old. During the first few years of the war, the Red Army and the Soviet people fought all alone against the entire Europe. And we fought with our Soviet arms. Yes, we had allies, but they opened the second front when it was too late, even though they were on our side. My question to you, Mr. President, is, do we have allies right now, including allies in fighting this reviving Nazism?
Well, I'm sure you would like me saying, quoting Alexander III, the emperor, who said that Russia has only two allies, the army and the navy. And he later told his son that everyone's afraid of Russia's prowess. Well, it has grounds. He was right in saying it to an extent, but today we need to identify the threats. What are they? We mentioned it. Terrorism, xenophobia, organized crime, and others. And we have many states, many individuals around the world that support our cause, that support our combat. We have good ties as part of associations, like the one that was set up recently, but it's very dynamic. Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. It's called BRICS. You might have heard of this abbreviation. You also have the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. These are not military blocs. These are friends that we closely work together. We also have the Collective Security Treaty Organization. That's a political military organization that unites former Soviet republics that we have close, reliable ties with. These are our allies, and we have mutual obligations, including in the military sphere. But we're not going to fight against anyone, but we will build up our defense with one purpose, so that no one has a desire to fight against Russia.
So, Mr. Putin, I would like to ask you a very straightforward question. Who are our enemies? You mentioned our allies. You mentioned threats, challenges. Who are our enemies?
I just talked about our prowess. Our country is big in terms of size, by European terms, by European standards. Also in terms of population, our country has huge potential for growth. We have natural resources, and we are a nuclear power. We have one of the biggest arsenals. It's almost the same as the US arsenal, so it's equally honored to be our ally and enemy. But to be serious, I just named it. It's international terrorism, organized crime. These are our enemies. Actually, we don't treat anyone as our enemies. We don't view any countries as enemies.
Участников международного общения. Мы никого врагами не
We
считаем.
don't view any countries as enemies and don't recommend anyone to treat us or view us as enemies.
Mr. President, let's take another question from the audience regarding the victory anniversary. We have lots of questions about this date. I'll now allow Mr. Markov, historian, to ask his question. Mr. Putin, we are about to celebrate the 70th anniversary of the great victory. Many people will not attend celebrations in Moscow. Maybe we shouldn't pay any attention to that. Well, if they don't come, it's their problem. It is our victory, it is our celebration. But they, by doing that, we liberated those countries, we liberated them from Nazism. Otherwise, they would have been saying Heil Hitler even today. What should be Russia's response to such unfriendly behavior? Do you think Russia should do something about that?
You just replied to your own question. Did we respond in any way, officially, to those statements? Well, that's the choice of every political leader and the country that they represent. Perhaps some people don't want to, and some other people are influenced, are pressurized by Washington, even if they wanted to go. It's up to them. We will always respect their decisions. If they wish to show respect to the victims of Nazis and to pay tribute to those who fought against Nazism, well, we'll welcome those people. It's up to them. You put it right. I absolutely agree with you. You hit it on the nail.
Для кого-то, может быть, даже это и, так скажем, ну как бы это, чтобы не обидеть никого, стыдно даже.
Well, it might be a disgrace for someone. Don't want to offend them, but again, it's up to them. We are celebrating our holiday. It's a big event for Russia. We pay tribute to the generation of those who secured the victory. We want to make sure that their generations in Russia and elsewhere never forget about it.
Let's go back to Alabina now, Anton Vernisky. I have these young people standing next to me. They will take part in the Victory Day parade. And a question from the young defenders of our motherland. Supreme Commander-in-Chief, my name is Kirill Bakin. When I went to the academy, they were 5 applicants for 1 place in the academy. This means a lot of young people want to serve in the military. I am in my sophomore year, and this will be the first time for me to take part in the Victory Day parade. I saw a lot of new military hardware I've never seen before. In 3 years I will graduate and I will go to serve in the army. Could you please tell us, will there be enough of this new equipment when the rearmament of our army will take place? You know that there is a plan for the period until 2020 to rearm our armed forces. We may make a few changes to the timetable. This is not only because of economic issues, this is also to a certain degree because our industry is not ready to manufacture some of the models of new weapons, but of course all this program will be implemented in full. Will there be enough modern equipment for all of you? Certainly. It is our goal to have, by about this time, by 2020, to have enough new models, new weapons, in the army, up to 70% of the total number.
Thank you. I think we now need to give the floor to our war veterans. They've been very active. We got lots of text messages and video messages from them. Natalia Yuryeva. Yes, thank you, Kirill. Indeed, we received video messages from World War II veterans. They're mostly concerned with their pensions and the prices for pharmaceuticals. So here is a video clip from the family of Yerokhina. I'm Vasily Yerokhin, a World War veteran, and here's my wife, Yelena Yerokhina. She's also a World War II veteran. We live in one of the military towns of the Vladimir region. We lived in different service apartments. The Defense Ministry promised me a new apartment. They said it's going to be issued in 2 years, but we might be dead by then. Mr. President, could you please speed up this process? Will you do it? Please make us a gift for the 70-year anniversary of victory.
Well, I can answer to Vasily and other war veterans who are entitled to get an apartment. When we launched this program in 2008, when we first devised this program, I was still Prime Minister at the time, and Mr. Medvedev, who was President at the time, supported this program. It was our plan to provide apartments for about 25 to 35,000 war veterans. This was based on preliminary requests from different regions. As of today, we've provided 381,000 of war veterans. We've used 308 billion rubles from the federal budget for that. This year, we will provide another 10,000, and then there will be 5,000 apartments left. And even though this number of people who need war veterans, who needed an apartment, grew radically, and our initial estimate was very much underestimated. We decided to do this and go ahead with our plan, and we will complete this work. The problem is you lived in a closed military settlement. Vasily, we will do our best to make sure that your problem is taken care of at an early date.
Mr. President, we're getting MMS, so these are the makeshift homes that our war veterans live in. Just neighbors took a picture.
Okay, give it to me and we'll take care of that. Quite often we even realize that we provide help not directly to war veterans, it's basically for their families, but we still are willing to do that, and we consider they are worthy. Veterans are worthy of that.
We're just talking about allies, enemies. Many analysts say that one of the biggest threats is ISIS. It's sweeping across countries, it's taking territories, has a huge budget. We also see the first offshoots here in Russia, at least some people who have some links with ISIS. So we have those videos of beheadings, and we have questions on this issue, including from the guests in the audience. Yes, indeed, so we also have young people who are concerned about it. So Aleksayev, Moscow State University. Mr. President, I have a question on our ISIS. We know that there are some Russians who fight alongside ISIS. And we have special camps where they draft people in Central Asia. And there are Russian citizens. So how serious is this threat, in your opinion? And is Russia capable of withstanding this organization? So are we taking any preventive measures?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that ISIS first emerged in Iraq and then in part in Syria. So I'd like to point out to you that in Iraq, there was this very undemocratic regime, but there was no terrorism there at the time. Then, after they killed Saddam Hussein, and he actually cooperated with the United States at a certain point, and they supported Saddam Hussein in his war with Iran. Actually, Iran has not been at war with anybody for the past 30 years, at least never attacked anybody. But anyway, after they destroyed the country, and after some of the people there, a smaller part of the population, still part of the former elite, was sidelined, lost their offices, lost their jobs, and had no way to survive. They joined extremist organizations and they set up ISIS. And a large number of former military officers from the Iraqi army joined them. This is what makes them so effective, because they are professionals. They have a lot of military professionals, and they began to attract other radicals and extremists of all sorts to this region. Of course, there is no direct threat for us from ISIS, but the thing you mentioned, we are really concerned about that. There are our people appearing there as well. They get certain training and then they can come back to Russia. There are people from CIS countries who get their military training there, military experience, and then they can come back having our passports. We are aware of that. We are taking necessary steps. I can't tell you that we know all their names, but at least we know the approximate number and places where they get their training. And in fact, we do know certain names. Our security agencies are working very well in this area. And actually, they cooperate with their colleagues from other CIS countries on this issue.
Olga, I see Alexei Venediktov from Echo Moskwy radio station. He always has some tough questions. Yes, Alexei Venediktov. I would like to go back to political assassinations. So, we just mentioned the killing in Ukraine, also the killing of Boris Nemtsov. I'm mostly surprised when sometimes investigators cannot cannot question someone. And so someone might hide in one of the Russian regions and they cannot get it. A person is killed 200 meters away from the Kremlin. So he's first killed just walking with a girl, and investigators know who killed, but they can't find the person who ordered the killing. And also you have people who lay flowers, maybe just hundreds of people. They put up Russian flags. They want to have some kind of memorial there. No, They're not allowed to do it. It's just a waste. And then flowers, Russian flags and icons are placed in plastic bags and thrown away. So maybe your opinion was not taken into account. I hope so. So I'd like you to make a statement on that. You knew Boris. And my question number 2. You're from St. Petersburg, and I'm from Moscow. You know, Bo, we don't have a street named after the famous singer Vladimir Vysotsky. But the president might make a proposal, and then the Moscow government might rename Marxistsky Street to Vladimir Vysotsky Street. And maybe we might have the bridge named after Boris Nemtsov.
As regards the assassination, I've already said what I think about it, and I don't think there is any need for me to repeat myself. As regards flowers and plaques and the names of streets, you know that it's up to local authorities and regional authorities, Moscow authorities in this particular case, to decide that there is a law according to which plaques can be set up at a place where someone was killed after 10 years since his death. But I repeat, Moscow authorities can and should make an appropriate decision. As for flowers and other things of similar nature, I don't know why there is a need for such restrictions, and I don't welcome that. On the contrary, I think there is nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with people laying icons of flowers if this does not interfere with other people's activities? I think there is no problem with that. I will definitely talk to the Moscow mayor and make sure that they don't interfere with that. Now, you mentioned Vysotsky Street. It is also strange to me. I never paid attention to that, but I definitely think that Vladimir Vysotsky deserves, considering all that he did, he definitely deserves to have a street named after him in Moscow. And I will also talk to the Moscow mayor about that.
But you understand that I got ready for this meeting, you know, I studied the laws, and it says that the Russian president has the right to propose it. And then the decision would be taken very soon. So please, introduce that proposal.
Well, I don't mind. And maybe I will actually use this right. But if I have a certain right, this doesn't necessarily mean I should use it immediately. There are other ways to do this. I can talk to the mayor and we can sort this out, don't worry.
Okay, another question from the audience. We have Dmitry Abzalov, the president of the Center of Strategic Communications. Mr. President, I have a question on Mistrals, the helicopter carriers. The second helicopter carrier was tested this week, so will we demand a handover? A compensation or what? What about military technical cooperation with Europe and France? What is the future of such cooperation?
Well, the decision not to deliver the ships under an existing contract is certainly a bad sign. But to us, in terms of our defense capabilities, frankly, this is absolutely insignificant for us. We signed those contracts in the first place in order to support our partners, make sure that their shipbuilding shipyards are busy. And we mostly plan to use those helicopter carriers in the Far East, so they're not critical to us. But still, I believe that the French will give our money back to us. We don't even plan to insist on them making some extra payments, some fines, penalties, and so on and so forth. But just we want all our costs covered. But this certainly indicates that the reliability of our partners who are part of NATO and give up part of their sovereignty. This means their reliability is questionable, and we will certainly take this into account in our future defense contracts with them.
Well, everyone would relax, you know, if you say no penalties are needed to be paid.
We will survive without their penalties.
Okay, in order to sleep well, we need a strong navy and army, but also we need a strong industry that will supply the armed forces with the right equipment. And even more importantly, the industry might need to support the civilian parts of our economy. It's all about social stability. Okay, we'll now have a live cross to Irkutsk, and that's an aircraft plant.
Hello,
we are in Irkutsk. Over 7,000 military planes have been produced by this plane. So this is the final workshop, final assembly workshop, and we have its head. What kind of planes did you assemble here? We produce Su-30 and Yak-130. And we're also getting ready for the production of MS-21, the new passenger jet. So do you have questions? Sure. Currently, the Irkutsk aviation plant is working to full capacity. We produce planes that are exported to other countries and also for the Russian Defense Ministry. We'd like to understand what are the prospects of the plant. We can produce up to 60 planes. We have created more than 1,000 jobs recently. We work in 2 shifts. Certainly we don't want to lose our production pace. Can we expect long-term sustainable contracts from the Defense Ministry?
Of course, you just said that you manufacture, you produce Su-30 and Yak-130, and you are about to start manufacturing MS-21, and the portfolio is full for the next 2 years, and I think you are aware of that yourself. If no, I tell you. So after that, there will be more orders coming for maybe new warplanes new models. You mentioned MS-21. This is a very promising airplane. We have about 100 and 120 soft contracts in place. And these are contracts signed in a preliminary way before certificates are issued. But I think those certificates will be in place, and these will be hard contracts with the necessary certification. Of course, it is mostly Russian airlines that order these planes like Airflot, but also Indonesian companies and other foreign companies. I believe there will be no slowdown in your operation.
Thank you, Irkutsk. And we're now joined by Vostochny space station, space launch center. Well, recently we've been getting reports, and there have been some scandals. The audit chamber reported that the estimate was much higher, then salaries were not paid, and the workers went on strike. So what's happening there at the moment? Evgeny Rashkov.
Здравствуйте, Владимир Владимирович. Добрый день, коллеги. Хотя, видите, у нас давным-давно уже добрый вечер, потому что 6-часовая разница. Но это по-прежнему космодром Восточный, главная стройка страны. Ну и как иначе? Ведь после форума АТЭС во
But it's still the main construction site. Hello to all of you. After the Kazan University, after the Sochi Olympic Games, this is the main construction site. From here, we'll have Soyuz 2 to be launched with 2 satellites very soon. Well, you can only appreciate the scale when you come here. I've been here for a second time, and it's not just a huge launch center. You have the mobile service center, command center, technical center, 2 plants, and 7 stories below with communications and corridors. Spetstroy is the company that controls the construction, and it says that they're 70% ready. And in December, the rocket must be off, and the latest issue was 2 days ago. It turned out that about several dozens of workers did not receive their salary for 4 months. So they contacted us, and also they have inscribed their demands on the makeshift homes that they live in to attract attention. So we asked some of them to come up here. So can you share your grievances with us? What are the problems? Well, you came from Primorye and Comprehensive went bankrupt. Right, Mr. President, we built the bridge for the APEC summit, and then we were relocated here. We built one of the main sites of the space center, Vostochny, but due to some reasons, the company that we work for is now in bankrupt, and we didn't receive salaries for 4 months. So we have 30 people who guarded our belongings. We saw that no attention was paid to us, and we went desperate. We decided to address you in this special way so that you notice our deplorable situation and help us. We want to continue construction. We want to continue to help. So please help us. We want our salary, and we also want to continue working here. And of course, the Space Center needs hands. You know, we're professionals. We built most of the sites of the summit, in APEC summit in Vladivostok.
Okay, now I have a question for you. Did they never pay your salaries to you? What is the current situation with those salaries?
17% of December salary was paid out. It's 1,100 people. Also, 70 people of our guard service. So some of them received 70 to 80%.
Oh, they paid it today. I guess it's because of our hotline today.
So I'd like to ask you, I will then report to you of the last ruble that would be paid to us.
Fine, what's your name?
Anton Turishev, my name is.
Anton, and what's your patronymic?
Anton Ivanovich.
All right, Anton Ivanovich, so you and I will monitor the situation together. You will be there, and I will be here in Moscow, and we will work together. At a certain point, it was yours truly who initiated this construction project, and inspections that took place recently were also organized because I asked for it. So all those delays happening with construction and with the salaries, this is totally unacceptable. And of course, we will never put up with that. First and foremost, because this construction project is financed from the federal budget, 100%. I'm not talking about funds provided just recently, but this year alone, it was another 40 billion allocated for this project. And all this money has been transferred to the main contractor, and why this money never reaches subcontractors, why salaries don't get paid. We have the accounts chamber and actually the investigative committee are looking at it very closely, and I know that they have already launched some criminal cases, and we will certainly make sure that all salaries are paid in full, and you continue working at this unique and huge construction project, which is tremendously important for Russia.
You have an opportunity to ask a second question to President Putin. Yeah, sure, we have lots of interesting people, interesting questions, and there are people who've been working here from the very moment it all started. Vladimir, can you please come up here? I know that you made this the slab that we're standing on.
My last name is Samchenko, my first name is Vladimir, I am from Khabarovsk. Well, there was this film about Crimea, and you mentioned some important events there. There was something about bringing Crimea back, and you played a very prominent role. Everything was under your personal control. So I would like to say that the spaceport we're building now, it is as important to our country as Crimea, and the people in charge of the spaceport, I think they should know that the next stage of the construction project will be monitored by you personally. We want you to control the situation here.
Vladimir, when I gave an interview in that movie about Crimea, when I said it was under my control, I didn't want to say that I was exceptional or anything. The gist, the main message was that if you have an authority that is ready to rise up to the challenge where you have responsible power, then everything is fine. But when you have corrupt power, everything fails. So the results are disastrous. As for the space center of Vostochny, I would agree that a space center is really important, but in terms of Crimea, a lot was at stake. Human lives were at stake. I agree that Vostochny is one of the major construction sites for Russia,
не потому что я когда-то был инициатором.
Of course, I launched the project and I will keep control of it. The country needs a new space center, a new launch station. So we have a launch pad in Plesetsk, but it's a military pad. We don't have a civilian one. We use Baikonur, but it's on the territory of Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan is a very close state for us. It's our close ally. There are some issues, but no big problems, and we will continue to use Baikonur. But Russia is a big space power, and it must have its own launch pad for all types of satellites and spacecraft. We have big plans. He just said that Soyuz 2 will be launched. I think it will be 2 satellites. One will be a satellite by Moscow State University. So we ought to have a debut flight in December. Then we will also launch Angara, our heavy rocket. We also planned a super heavy rocket, but I agree with specialists who think that we need maybe to reschedule the flights so that by 2023 we have our own national space station in orbit. Russia only. So we need that for the country. Of course, we use the ISS for science, for the economy, but the ISS only covers 5% of the Russian territory. And of course, the National Space Station would be able to monitor the vast expenses of Russia, all of Russia. It's extremely necessary for agriculture, for the national economy in general. So we will finalize the project, and of course we'll keep an eye on it.
Thank you, Vostochny. We move to the call center now. Tatiana.
Thank
you, Kirill. We've been on air for 3 hours, and we've received over 3 million requests. This is a record. Over 2 million calls, 500,000 texts, and a very popular question, which worries many Russians who have a car. Question from Blagoveshchensk. Hello, Mr. Putin. My name is Galina. I call from the city of Blagoveshchensk on April 13th. The insurance, compulsory insurance fee for motorists will increase by 60%. My pension is 14,000 rubles, and I really need a car because I use it to go to the dacha. How can I survive on the remaining part of my pension if I pay this fee?
I agree, it's a challenging issue. The price is up. That decision was taken by the central bank. It's a measure that they were forced to take. It was not adjusted for 11 years. The rate was flat, but as you know, the spare parts are now more expensive due to the depreciation of the ruble, and also you need to increase payments for the health and safety of the people that drive cars. But of course, these measures are needed to be taken gradually, then you won't have these drastic hikes. Otherwise, insurance companies will just quit the market, and then we might have a situation when we'll only have chaos. And so I will instruct the central government to maybe reconsider the issue. And some of those in the audience said that we need to offer target support.
We have many more questions here in the studio. Let's take one of those. Once again, let's talk to business people, because there are a lot of questions from them. And here is our business ombudsman, Boris Titov. What is your question? Thank you, Mr. Putin. We've talked a lot about business today, but I have a lot of requests from small businesses, so I would like to revisit this issue. The situation for small businesses is very difficult right now. Of course, the government does a lot to help them, but then all of a sudden the government makes a decision which offsets all the positive things you've done. For example, the decision about kiosks and social benefit payments. I think we should reconsider our entire approach to small businesses. Quite often we say that it's a source of revenues for the budget, but we don't see serious decision being made. First of all, small business is actually a small source of funds for the budget. It's 6 times less than Gazprom alone. And the role of small businesses is mostly social. Small businesses create jobs, entrepreneurs provide for themselves, and then they create some basic services and products which are particularly important for people at the time of a crisis. They're like a safety cushion for the country. So let's reconsider our entire approach to small businesses, and let's take a different approach. Let's realize that small businesses are socially important for the country. Let's have a radical change of tax burden. We need more. So it's a proposal rather than a question to reconsider attitude to small businesses. Yes, if possible, Mr. President. Would you please comment on this issue?
Well, you are the ombudsman. If something fails, maybe you are you are also to blame, so maybe you need to work harder. Well, I'm sure you're aware of the decisions that we're taking. You just mentioned that, of course, something is done, and maybe not enough if SMEs are undeveloped, as we know it is. It's not simply a social issue. We still say that it's a business, a special type of business, surely. We're now improving the patent system, so people will just pay for patents, and of course some of there might be more benefits for entrepreneurs. We discussed these issues at the latest session of the Presidential Council. Well, let's be specific. What should be done additionally to boost the confidence of entrepreneurs? I mentioned the program by the central bank when it issues loans to commercial banks at an interest rate worth 6.5%. So they had about 80 billion, but they only spent 30 billion. It means we don't have the mechanism to channel this money to entrepreneurs. They're ready to ramp it up to 100 billion. But we need to work hard to make sure that this money ends up with entrepreneurs. So let's think about it.
Now let's talk to Natalia, because she has lots of video questions. Thank you. At our video center, we have lots of questions about social benefits. Number 2, housing. Number 3, salaries. A lot of questions about education as well. School children want the president to cancel all exams. And there are some serious ideas as well. We have a video from 3 schoolgirls in St. Petersburg. On behalf of all the school children in Russia, Mr. President, could you replace the standardized test with the kind of exams we had in the Soviet Union? We think this system was very efficient, which really allows you to demonstrate your level of knowledge. Even with the standardized test, even if you have superior knowledge, you can get a poor score. Also, could you please add some more books that children are supposed to take for literature classes, especially for the graduating year?
Well, I don't want to launch a large-scale discussion on the standardized exam. I'm sure that's debated a lot by the public. I'm sure it's the specialists that need to make the right decisions. There are pros, there are cons. I don't want to dig deeper into it. But the hard fact is the positive thing that the number of young and talented people from Russian regions, from remote Russian regions, get enrolled in Russian universities. Certainly there are disadvantages, so you don't dig too deep into the issues. It's like cramming for an exam, like they do in exams for a driving license. But the Ministry of Education is trying to adjust specifically, they now have an essay as in addition to the standardized exam. Some of the major universities will now have additional exams, of course based on the results of students, applicants at different Olympiads and contests.
Let's take another question. We have a lot of unusual videos. People sing, do push-ups, and Timur wants us to help convince his girlfriend to accept his marriage proposal. Yulia, please think seriously about that. We have lots of videos from little children. Let's watch one of those. Mr. President, I live in the city of Nalchik. I'm 4 years old, and I have always wanted to be a president, but it's difficult. How many hours do you sleep? Because I really like to sleep. I didn't quite get it. How many hours a day do you sleep? Because he wants to be president as well.
Well, if you try hard, you will become president, judging by your determination, by the character and your enthusiasm. I'm sure you will become president. It's good that you like to sleep. It just means you'll be a healthy president.
Let's take a question from Ekaterina. Let's go back to serious issues now. Let me introduce another head of a small business, Sergei Bakhov from Khabarovsk. Sergei, please, your question. Hello, Mr. Putin. The last meeting of the State Council was dedicated to small businesses. A lot of right words were spoken at the meeting. But one thing I think they're missing is that we are not in an equal position with big businesses. Big businesses have access to cheaper loans, access to the reserve fund, and they can live quite nicely and have millions in salaries and golden parachutes. If only a small fraction of that money would go to small businesses that work in production, this would really drive this whole segment, especially in the Far East. We would buy buy new equipment, and with import substitution we would be able to substitute Chinese products. This is what we are working on, and we have achieved some success. And the Chinese companies buy a lot of our products. So my question to you is as follows. Do you think it is possible to provide some funds for small businesses to develop production?
Boris Titov talked about the problems of SMEs. He said that you have the payroll tax. Boris knows that the payroll tax is at a lower rate for small and medium-sized enterprises, especially those that operate in science, production. As for long-term money, well, the economy on the whole lacks long-term money. You say that big corporations get cheap long-term money. Well, that was a statement, but if you ask the managers of big companies, they would disagree with you. The economy as a whole has a deficit of long-term funding. What are the sources of this funding? It's the savings by our people, deposits by legal entities, it's the pension money. That's why we're constantly being told that we needed to have that additional portion. Previously it was used for the interest of the finance ministry, which issued bonds. So you need to get in touch with Boris Titov, our ombudsman, and discuss ways, additional ways to support SMEs in the Far East. I'm sure it's a relevant issue for that region. So I mentioned switching to patents. I said you can use lower rates if you get funds from the central bank, specifically for SMEs. There are other ways. So I think you need to get in touch with him, and if you have any specific proposals, I will support it.
Mr. Putin, I also want to ask you about money, but different kind of money. We saw tax statements filed by government officials just a few days ago. Why the CEOs of government corporations were allowed not to publish their tax declarations, tax statements?
I think this decision by the government was guided by the fact that the board of directors have a lot of foreign specialists, foreigners. Maybe they are not, they don't have full control, like in Ukraine, for example. They have the finance minister who is a foreigner, so it seems like there are no honest Ukrainians. So we have a lot of qualified foreigners who are members of the board of directors, and we cannot force them to make their income public. But we cannot discriminate these people. We must have a level playing field. However, in Western countries, many managers of corporations do it on their own, voluntarily. And we have a code of good practices that was adopted by the Russian business. It's not effective. But of course, I would urge all the heads of Russian companies to publicize their income.
It's time now to go to the call center. Tatiana, what are the most popular subjects and what kind of people are calling? We received a tremendous amount of calls. We've set a record. Over 3 million messages. Number of calls keeps growing exponentially. People call about social issues, utility services, and a lot of calls about the healthcare system. Particularly this year, a lot of questions about medications, and we have a call about that right now. This is Krasnodar region, Voronezhskaya, and this is Yelena. She will ask her question now. Yelena, go ahead. Hello, Mr. President. My child had leukosis, and I need medications prescribed by the doctor, 5 different medications. Since January, drugstores did not have those drugs. They say they're not available. We are on the federal list. We are entitled to free medications. When we go to a hospital, we can get our medications there, but we can't get them through the drugstore. Could you please do something about that?
I would like to get all the contacts for that woman. The Russian government has extended the list of pharmaceuticals to 600 types of medicine. So overall it's 21,000 SKUs. And 317 items out of that list is used for special categories, for the disabled, for World War II veterans. So what you just said means that you have the right to get those medicines. And according to the reports we get from the Health Ministry, we have purchased enough of these pharmaceuticals several months ahead, and the Russian government has allocated an extra 16 billion rubles. And the Health Ministry said they don't need this money at the moment because they have everything at their disposal, and if people can't get it, it just means it's a crime. So I will instruct the Health Ministry and the services and agencies to look into it.
Mr. President, this happens in a number of places.
Well, they say you can only get your medicine for money.
In many cases, people say that medications are not available for free, but they're available if you pay. So people have to pay in cash.
Okay, give me all those papers. That's why we have these direct lines.
Okay, let's take one more question, Tatiana. I will give you data on this call from Krasnodar, but this is only part of the problem. So let's take one more call from Yaroslavl. You are on air. What is your question? Hello, Mr. President. My name is Yekaterina. My question to you is as follows. Is it true that the healthcare ministry is about to stop prescribing foreign medications? I don't think this is the right way to go, because some foreign medications are much better than Russian ones.
There are no such plans by the Health Ministry. Of course, we need to develop our own pharmaceutical industry. That's pretty obvious. I'm sure you're going to agree with me. That's why several years ago we prepared a special program on the development of our own pharmaceutical industry. It's worth around 180 billion rubles. We're implementing this program right now. We have our own domestic producers And their medication is of high quality, and of course it matches all international standards. Certainly the instances you mentioned might happen. We need to look into it, and experts need to pass their judgment, and the law enforcement perhaps also need to look into these cases. I'd like to assure you that there are no plans to ban foreign medication. I think I could say that there's a growth in prices, including for domestic medication. But the reason is that many of the sources for these medications come from other countries. But in the past month, in March, we still see a sort of stabilization at the pharmaceuticals market, and prices are going down slightly, not across all Russia, but there was a slight decline.
So let's stay with the call center. We can take one more video question now. At the video center we have 13,000 video questions. This is 5,000 more than last year. And many people ask about healthcare. Let's watch a video sent to us by Sofia Babic. Hello, Mr. President. My name is Sofia Babic. I live in the city of Tольятти. I'm 15 years old. I have palsy, and I really need something to exercise. Treadmill, we can't afford it. It costs about 20,000 rubles. And we don't have a rehabilitation facility at our clinic. I need this treadmill to exercise. Could you please help me?
Don't worry, it's not a big issue. We'll sort it out. Don't worry. I hope you will recover soon. I do see that you're a strong person. You will always achieve what you want.
Thank you, Mr. President. To stay on the subject, let's go to Anya Feremesser. She helps people with cancer. Thank you. Thank you. I represent the most vulnerable people who are about to die, who cannot be treated but who can be helped. And I have two requests actually. Number one, even in this category, there are certain people, young people, young adults, who have to use a ventilation machine. They can't survive without this machine. And they have to stay in intensive therapy units. They can't, and they die rather quickly. Around the world, they are allowed to stay at home, they study, they go to school. I have pictures, a lot of pictures of children, including children who are taken care of by the Vera Foundation, which I'm the head of. But as soon as they go home, they have no longer support from the government, because the government isn't required to supply them with a ventilation machine. And actually, medical institutions also want these kind of patients to go home as soon as possible, because they can work with other patients. So, could you please instruct appropriate agencies to provide these kind of machines free of charge for temporary use, because these people don't live long. And my second question is much more serious because of the situation which happened yesterday, and these are about painkillers for people with cancer. Yesterday we had to get a painkiller for a girl called Aminat. She's from Dagestan, she's in Moscow, she received morphine and she doesn't feel the pain right now, I hope. But I had to talk to a lot of government officials to get this done. And many people had to work hard to get morphine for this little girl to save her from pain in the last few days of her life. There is no such system for people to help people with the palliative care if a person lives not where he is registered officially. For example, if you move from a small village to a big city to receive proper care, you will not have access to the system any longer. So my second request to you is to come up with a mechanism. I guess this has to be done with the finance minister, because this will involve financial issues between different regions, so that people in hospices can receive care where they are, not where they are registered officially. Thank you.
Now, as for ventilation machines, I don't know why it can't be used at home. This is the first time I've heard about this issue, and of course I will instruct the health ministry and other agencies to look into this issue. So maybe the financing ministry needs to allocate additional funds to buy more equipment, or maybe perhaps the medical people think they can be used at home.
No, this is not true. Actually, doctors want these patients to go home, because then they can use their intense care units more efficiently for other patients. But parents don't feel protected, there are no trained doctors. Of course, this is a kind of problem that requires a comprehensive approach, but I think that the medical community and the patient community are ready. Financially, this will not incur any extra costs for the country.
Okay, it's then a legal issue. It means that the state has no right to give the right to relatives to use this machine. Okay, I got you.
I think if you instruct the government to work on that, they will take care of that.
I will instruct the health ministry. I hope that it will yield a positive result. Well, you just formulated an issue that we need to look into. I will ask the health ministry to come up with a report, and then we will find a solution.
Let's talk about the pension reform now. Yes, millions of Russians are worried by the pension reform, people who approach retirement age, and even younger people. This is Irina Kosogorova, a businesswoman from Tyumen. What is your question, Irina? Hello, Mr. President. First of all, on behalf of the business community, I would like to thank you for your support, for supporting tax changes for entrepreneurs. This is the third pension reform in my lifetime, and every time it looks more and more mysterious. It looks curiouser and curiouser. It's unpredictable. Now there are new indicators, points, coefficients, and we don't know in 10, 15, 20 years what it will work, how it all will work. So my question to you is, do you think it's good to change the rules of the game so frequently? And every time the government advertises the changes, but they don't get support from the people. So, do you think this is really worth doing? Maybe you just set the rules of the game and wait for them to start working, including the retirement age. Thank you. Well, I don't think we change the rules of the game very often. It's just that the scheme that they suggested now is not very obvious. It's difficult to explain it to people. This is not the biggest factor, but this is one of the primary reasons behind this new system was to establish a connection between pension revenues and the results of their labor activities, because at a certain point there was a gap between these two things. So the reason all these points were introduced was because we want there to be a relationship between the results of this person's activities, this person's work, and their pensions. I guess this has to be explained and could be explained better. As far as the retirement age is concerned, this is an important issue. What is the problem as far as the financial and economic section of the government is concerned? Is there a problem? Yes, there is a problem. In 2008, the federal budget had to subsidize the pension fund by 1.49 billion rubles. And next year, especially if it may be 2.7 trillion rubles. This is 3% of our country's GDP. And this begs the question, where do we get all this money? This means we'll take this money from other expenditures, defense, healthcare, from all the other segments. Maybe this will even cause us to reduce pensions. This is problem number one. Then there's problem number two, or rather factor number two. Life expectancy keeps growing. It's currently 71.5 average for men and women. This is life expectancy, and it improves faster than we expected. This is because of better health care and healthy lifestyle, and so on and so forth. And our achievements in fighting alcoholism and smoking. So the number of working people who actually contribute to the pension system decreases, whereas the number of people taking money out of the pension system keeps increasing. And at a certain point, we can get to a point where the budget will no longer be able to provide enough funds to support the pension system. Are we ready to raise the retirement age at this point? I don't think so. And I can tell you why. Because yes, life expectancy keeps growing, but for men, it is still 65.5 years. So, if we set the retirement age at 65, this means you work for as long as you can, and then you just get buried. You have to die and go to the coffin. And most European countries, it's 65, about 65 for men and women alike. But their life expectancy is different. In our case, for women, it's 77. In those countries, it's 81 or even more. So, as life expectancy keeps growing, at a certain point, I guess we'll have to raise the retirement age, but this has to be done first in an open dialogue with the people. People should understand why we're doing that, what are the reasons behind that, and what will happen if we don't do anything. What will happen if we don't make this decision? People should be aware of that. They should realize that, not like the current situation with all those retirement points. This is number one, or number two. Next, third, during the Soviet period, we didn't have all those elements we have in our pension system right now. Which is why we have to spend so much on it today. And one more point. Even if we make changes regarding their retirement age, it should not apply to people who have almost earned their retirement rights. People who approach their retirement age, this should not apply to them. We should make this change gradually, in a soft way. This should apply to people who are mature, but who are still rather young, and they know what will await them in 10 or 15 years. But once again, I would like to say, it is very important. Whatever we do, we have to have an open discussion, and eventually this has to be accepted by the people. This is how we should do that.
We will now make a live cross to Crimea. We have our reporter Nikolai Delgachev in the child camp Artek.
Москву приветствует Крым. Здесь прекрасная погода, это хорошо видно. Мы находимся на южном побережье полуострова, в детском центре Artek,
which marks its 90-year anniversary soon. So we'll have children coming over from across Russia. Crimea is now getting ready for the tourist season. And of course, the tourism industry underpins the Crimean economy. So we talked to many of these people about the economy. They know the issues that this part is facing. Ulyana Smirnova, Черномор. So, Mikhail Kozinets, International Trucks. I'm the head of a local farm. Nina Pavlenka. Massandra, we are the wine producer. Elvira Makimovna, the Chaika Sanatorium. Zubkov, I'm the head of the local zoo. Now, the first question. Elvina, I'm the head of the Association of Entrepreneurs. I represent the private sector and also a student of the Kazan University. I bought a ticket, a flight ticket for 17.8 thousand rubles. I think it's expensive for an average Russian family. So I'm very much concerned about the upcoming tourist season. Do you think there would be ways the government would take to lower the flight ticket prices?
Well, like I said earlier, internal Russian flights, we've reduced VAT to a minimum 10%, but with Crimea, it's a special destination. It's a resort for millions of people, and I think you may have heard already, Aeroflot has made a decision to fair for Crimea destinations. It will include 50 different cities. I think Kazan is included. It will be 7,500 rubles round trip. And actually, some airlines will even offer a better price, and I hope this will happen. But let's stay on the subject and keep track of what happens. The problem with Crimea is because there is no infrastructure. Runways haven't been repaired for a very long time. Even since the Soviet period, they are okay for landing right now, but in principle, a lot needs to be done there. Terminals, runway, it's big and was actually made for Buran spaceship, but its quality is inferior and equipment does not allow receiving a large number of planes. But we are aware of that problem, and I hope that the aviation authorities in Russia and Crimean authorities will do everything necessary to make Crimea an easy and affordable destination.
Do we have any other questions from Crimea? Nikolai Maximenko, Association of Transportation Companies of Crimea. So I've got a question on the ferry and the registration of vehicles. Well, maybe they don't report you on the ferry. There is a long queue which lasts for about 2 weeks for trucks. It means that truck drivers stay inside, so they are a cabin, they don't have any restroom, and there's lack of water. So we proposed an electronic queue system. But, you know, it can only resolve the issue of corruption. It will not bring down the line. Maybe we can now move to a system with a e-ticket, electronic ticket. And another big issue is the registration of our vehicles, both trucks and light vehicles. We are the citizens of Russia, but we have Crimean plates. In order to get Russian plates, we need to take the vehicles to Ukraine, which is impossible. We don't have any of the documents right now. And just imagine what would happen to your truck if you take it to Ukraine. So then we need to go to the customs and then bring it back to Crimea. It's impossible because we have Euro 2, Euro 3 standards, while we can only import Euro 5 cars. So please, Mr. Putin, help us to become full-fledged citizens of Russia. We need your support.
As far as the ferry is concerned, there is a lot of problem but I was not aware of the fact that it takes so long to get across. Really?
More than 2,000 cars.
So we have two ferry boats there. Yeah, two. And soon we'll have 5 ferry boats, and eventually we'll buy additional ferry boats, and it is expected that there will be 10 ferry boats working there. Some of them are quite large. And I will certainly talk to the Transport Ministry and to the Crimean leadership about this situation at the ferry. Today, actually, a lot of powers have been transferred to the Crimean Authority, but we should also help them, not just transfer authority to them. Now, to your next question about e-tickets instead of an e-line, I cannot comment on that, but I will get into this issue, I promise you. And also, re-registering your cars. I don't know how we will work this out, but we will certainly find a solution, I promise you.
Thank you, Crimea. Thank you for your questions. Now, a nice text messages. While police officers are not allowed to leave Russia, why this ban?
Well, you know, this decision was discussed at the Security Council meeting. Of course, low-level police officers don't have any access to state secrets, and this may look as an excessive measure. The reason we did this, the reason the Interior Minister did that, is because if you're a police officer, if you work in the police force, everybody should be on the same plane. There should be the same rule for everybody across the board, and it would be wrong to ban certain officers from doing something and then it would be okay for others. Having this kind of common approach was something that the Interior Ministry suggested. But, of course, if you work in law enforcement or in security, in a security agency, basically you are aware of the certain things, and you may attract the interest of intelligence services of other countries. But I agree with you that this does look excessive.
So we've been almost 4 hours on air, so maybe we switch to our quick Q&A session.
Should.
So would you like to clone yourself? We have so many officials.
No. Next one.
Well, not a question, it's a statement. The person has got his name, but I'm sure you understand why I don't want to give it. I write from Odessa. My name is Irina. Going back to the rallies in Odessa, it was fun, but then we had the Odessa tragedy, then there was the war in the southeast of Ukraine. Now the parliament took a decision to ban the communist logos and paraphernalia. Now these nationalists are trying to rule us. And my biggest dream is to come to Odessa on May the 9th and congratulate us on Victory Day. If it can't happen this time around, we'll wait.
Okay, happy Victory Day. We all know what happened in Odessa. We are all aware of the strategy, and I believe that at a certain point the people of Ukraine will offer a proper assessment of this barbaric act which we saw happening there.
Why do you pick Thursdays for your Q&A sessions?
It's Thursday. This is just a coincidence.
Another serious question. Andrei Sakharov was one called the conscience of the nation. Can you call anyone out of existing politicians, or maybe not politicians?
Well, you know, it was the country, the people who called Sakharov the conscience of Russia. And I don't think I have the right, even being the president, I don't think I have the right to give this title to anybody. Even though we have a good number of very decent people, for example, police officers who sacrificed, who gave their lives protecting children. Now that there was this officer who saved his comrades by throwing himself on a hand grenade which was about to explode. We have many people like that in our country, but it should be organic. People themselves should put forward this kind of a person who can be considered as the conscience of the nation.
Well, it's a bit awkward for me to switch questions. What about Gazprom? When will they switch to decent salaries?
Does this mean they want me to lower their salaries? I guess I need to talk to Miller about that.
Do you think your friends abuse your friendship?
Not just friends, everybody takes advantage of that.
Did you invite any leaders of other countries to a Russian banya? Maybe you can have a better effective negotiations.
I don't know about that. I don't know if I should do that. For example, I can mention one person who is no longer the head of the government in his country. One time, Mr. Schroeder visited my residence. This was a long time ago, and we went to a sauna, and then there was a fire there. The true story. And he was having some beer, and I told him, Gerhard, we have to leave urgently because the sauna is on fire. And he said, let me finish my beer first. I said, you're crazy, the building is on fire. But he did finish his beer first. He's this kind of man. With a character, and it burned to the ground. But basically, yes, I like sauna. I like that.
A lot's been said about modern Russia, about Russia in the past. What about the future Russia? What's your vision, the Russia of your dream?
Well, it's a traditional question, and I have answered it many times in the past. I want Russia to be a prosperous country, and I want Russians to be happy people. And
do you want to become a UN General Secretary?
No.
Final question. Why do you have this Q&A session? What do you want to know?
Well, first of all, this is the most efficient opinion poll. Millions of questions coming through different channels. This is truly an opportunity to take a look at the real situation, what really concerns our people today. For example, there is this farmer over there who said he doesn't believe in statistics. Yes, sometimes I distrust statistics as well, but when you talk to people and you hear what people are saying, helps you get the real picture, and then it also helps me to express and explain my position to people on some key issues, and tell them what I think about different issues. For example, we talked about sanctions a lot, and the exchange rate situation. The ruble is pegged to oil price. Oil prices, in part, this is true, but oil prices went down from $100 to $50 a barrel. It was a 50% reduction, and currency influx was only $500 billion. So because of this change, we did not get 160, and our banks had to pay on their loans. And companies in the real sector, 60 billions last quarter and 60 billions this quarter, without no loans available on the international market. And the situation was very alarming, but we were able to overcome this situation, and this is a very important element which strengthened the ruble and demonstrated that the government adopted the right policy. The country should be aware of that. This is one of the goals for having this hotline, this Q&A session.
Thank you very much. We now have an absolute record, more than 3 million calls, text messages, so we have huge interest. We just need to hope that officials will promptly respond to all of the questions that were voiced. Mr. President, thank you very much.
We will do our best to make sure that they do something about all those things.